The 6th of September, 2006, a woman named Susan Kuhnhausen, who was 51 years old at the time, was finishing up her shift as a nurse working in the emergency room in Portland, Oregon. For example, if you were to ask someone who knew Susan to describe her, they would most likely use words like tough, resilient, and caring to describe her, even if they were on the right track. She had been working in the chaotic and high-pressure environment of the emergency room for 30 years. Her current position was in the emergency room. Every single thing that was possible to see had been seen by her. Her arms had burned from performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. She had administered intravenous treatment to patients who were writhing around in the throes of withdrawal, and she had held the hands of those who were taking their last breaths. She had done all of these things until her arms burned. Due to the fact that the emergency department was a location where anything may happen at any time, Susan had developed the ability to be ready for anything that might take place there. She, along with the other nurses she worked with, received training in self-defense. This was something that she did. Due to the fact that in their line of work, one never knows what can occur, they make an effort to educate themselves on how to break free from chokeholds and how to properly protect themselves against an unexpected assault. However, Susan's most major problems in recent times have not been taking place at the hospital. This is something that has been happening in recent times. On the inside of the mansion, events were taking place. At that point in time, she had been married to her husband, Mike, for close to 18 years. Things had been pleasant for a significant amount of time prior to this point. Nevertheless, over the course of the preceding few years, the link had become increasingly strained. It had become increasingly difficult for them to communicate with one another, and they had engaged in a number of heated arguments. The situation had become poisonous. At this moment, Susan had reached the point where there was no turning back. When she finally got up the courage to tell Mike that she wanted a divorce, it was only after she had gone through a lot of introspection that she realized she wanted to end their marriage. Mike refused to get a divorce and had no desire to do so. Specifically, he engaged in a violent battle against her in reference to it. As time went on, the disagreements reached a higher frequency, were more intense, and became even more unpleasant. After nearly 20 years of cohabiting in the same property, they found that it no longer provided them with the sense of security that they had previously experienced. A battleground was the atmosphere that pervaded the area. After working a shift that was unusually long, Susan made the decision to engage in certain activities that would help her practice self-care on this particular day. In spite of the fact that it was a very insignificant problem, it appeared to be of huge significance. In the course of her way back to her house, she made a stop at a hair salon in order to get her hair colored. It was a means for her to restore a bit of her identity, and it was a small act of resistance on what she was doing. While she was waiting for her turn, she kept herself amused by browsing through a magazine while she was seated on the chair. On one of the pages, she came across a unique quotation that caught her eye and stood out to her. According to the sentences that were written on the page, "I will not live an unlived life. I will not live in fear." The words seemed to leap off the page and speak to her immediately once they were written. That was the conclusion. Having this experience served as the incentive she needed to see this difficult divorce through to its conclusion, to make the decision to stop being afraid and to start living for herself once more. It was impossible for her to forget the words, and she found herself reciting them over and over again in her thoughts. By the time she got back into her car, which was around an hour later, her hair had transformed to a shade of brown that was slightly different from what it had been before. Consequently, she felt a tinge of relief and optimism as a result of the situation. During the last few miles of her journey, she drove by her neighborhood, which was peaceful and enjoyable to be in. The lawns were exceptionally well kept and groomed, and the houses were really stunning. The kind of setting that was being portrayed here was the kind of place where nothing unfavorable was ever intended to take place. She could see the house as she pulled into the driveway of her Cape Cod home, which was the one that was surrounded by the gray picket fence. She was able to view the house. At first glance, it appeared exactly the same as it had in the past. In accordance with the routine that she followed on a daily basis, she got out of her vehicle and walked to the back of the house, where she entered through the door that led to the mudroom. Upon entering the house, she immediately became aware of a note that had been left on the counter, which was located in close proximity to the microwave. The person who sent it was Mike. It was at this moment that they continued to live together in the same house, despite the fact that she had wanted a divorce at this point in time. They were making an effort to make it work until everything was finalized, despite the fact that it was a situation that was fraught with tension. It was she who took the note off the table. In addition to being succinct, it gets straight to the point. The letter was addressed to Sue and read, "Sue, I've had trouble sleeping. I've gone to the beach. I'll see you in a couple of days." Susan placed the letter down and went with her business. There was not a great deal of peculiarity associated with it. It should not have come as a surprise that he would wish to get away for a short period of time, given how stressful things had been. Almost as if it were a source of pleasure. For the duration of the evening, she would not be required to resolve any other disagreements. When she opened the entrance that led from the mudroom into the main area of the house, the kitchen was the first room that she entered. This was because the door was located in the middle of the house. When she opened it, she was met by the familiar high-pitched beeping that was emanating from their security alarm system. This was the first thing that went through her mind. The thought of her day and the quote from the magazine continued to run through her thoughts as she made her way through the house, passing the living room and making her way down the hall to the front door. She was walking toward the front door. Before she left the house, she went outside onto the porch, opened the front door, and checked the mailbox before departing. Only a few bills and some junk mail are in my possession at the moment. Upon her departure, she made certain that the front door was locked, since she had previously entered the premises once more. Following the removal of her comfortable work shoes from the door, she started walking back across the house in the direction of the kitchen in order to formulate a strategy for what she would eat for dinner. During the time that she happened to peek over to her left, she was roughly in the middle of the two sites. With the intention of providing lodging for visitors, they made use of a bedroom that was situated on the first floor. In addition, she became conscious of the fact that it was nighttime. Extremely disheartening. The entranceway gave the impression of being entirely covered by a dense canopy of darkness. I found that to be quite peculiar. Susan appears to have a propensity for falling into routines. Before leaving for her shift at the hospital, she would go through the entire house and open all of the curtains. She would do this before she left. Performing this action was something that she did each and every morning before she could go. The way the afternoon sun would stream in through the windows of the house, warming the interior of the house and making it seem lovely, was something that she enjoyed seeing when she returned home. As she stood there for a few moments, she made an effort to recall the routine that she had followed in the morning. Could it be that I was so forgetful that I failed to remember to open the curtains in that room? To put it another way, it didn't seem to make any sense. It is not appropriate for that room's interior to be so dimly lit. And while she was looking into the shadows of the doorway, her mind was in the process of trying to figure out how to solve this insignificant and unimportant problem. At that very instant, a man who she had never encountered in her entire life had emerged from the direction of the door that led to the bedroom. It was at that moment that he started to get closer to her. Both in terms of his height and his frame, he was of a rather average height. He had his hat pulled down low over his eyes, which hid his face. This was the reason why his face was obscured. When he was working her, he always made sure to protect his hands by donning a pair of bright yellow rubber gloves. In addition to that, he was standing with a hammer in the right hand of his right hand. However, he did not start running. The only thing he was doing was heading towards her in a calm and determined manner. He was not doing anything else. The vast majority of people would experience a basic flight response if they spotted a complete stranger entering their home while they were wielding a weapon. This would be the case in the majority of families. A period of complete and utter powerlessness and horror would be experienced throughout this time. It is possible that they will scream, that they will freeze, and that they will promptly turn around and dash for the nearest exit without giving it a second thought. All of these outcomes are plausible. On the other hand, the vast majority of individuals were not like Susan Kuhnhausen. She was a nurse who worked in the emergency room, and she had spent the last 3 decades preparing herself for scenarios like to the one that she was currently facing. It was typical for the emergency room to be a chaotic place. You could not afford to be in a state of fear since it was a luxury product. Because of these circumstances, you were necessary to think quickly, act immediately, and keep control of the situation. Therefore, her training took over when she turned around and saw the man approaching her while holding the hammer. She was able to successfully complete the task. The feeling of fear was not the most prominent one in her mind. It was bursting with adrenaline, and she had a crystal clear grasp of what it was that she needed to accomplish in order to succeed that moment. She had no chance of evading him because it was impossible. The manner in which she dealt with him was direct. To put it another way, that was certainly the very last thing that he would have envisioned happening. She reasoned that he would not be able to obtain a full and forceful stroke with the hammer if she was able to shorten the distance between them as quickly as possible. This was the case in the event that she was successful in doing so. Within the span of a single second, a strategic decision was made, and it was a gamble that was conducted with careful consideration. She ran towards him at a faster pace than he was walking in her direction, and the look of surprise that was on his face could be seen even above the brim of his hat. She was able to catch up to him. In comparison to her height of roughly 5 feet and 5 inches, he was a good 50 pounds heavier than she was. She stood at a height of approximately 5 feet and 5 inches. He was roughly 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed approximately 200 pounds. His height was approximately 5 feet 9 inches. The other side of the coin is that she struck him with the force of a linebacker. She threw her shoulder into his chest, which caused him to fall backwards and hit the wall. He was injured as a result. The effect of this was rather profound. In spite of the fact that he was able to swing the hammer and hit her once in the head, the blow did not have a great deal of force behind it because she was so close to him. Not only was it not sufficient to bring her to the ground, but it was also not sufficient to bring her under control from the beginning. As a result of the surge of adrenaline, she had very little awareness of what was taking place. She shoved him against the wall with all of her strength, while clutching him tightly and holding on to him with all of her strength. As soon as it happened, she started shrieking at him, demanding that he answer her questions. "Who are you?" "What do you want?" she inquired. In the back of her mind, there was a small part of her that was still thinking that most likely this was just a burglary gone awry. She queried, "Who are you?" It is likely that she will make an effort to convince him to leave by providing him with whatever it is that he desires, given the current conditions. The individual, on the other hand, did not articulate any statements. All he did was struggle against her while maintaining his focus on her. He did nothing else. As a consequence of this, Susan seized him with even greater force and pressed herself against the wall with far more force. And at that moment, the man started talking. I overheard him utter 2 letters. It was the only set of words that he would say for the rest of the discussion, and neither of them were anything else. And with a low grunt in his voice, he looked at her and added, "You're strong." He then continued his statement. Whenever Susan was exposed to that information, it was as if a switch was flipped in her mental process. Every single atom of hesitation and every single crumb of hope that this was nothing more than a basic theft went immediately after it was discovered. When you consider the manner in which he spoke and the look that was on his face, he was not present when the television and the jewelry that she wore were taken away from him. As a matter of fact, he was there for her. His goal was to end her life by taking her life. In addition, at precisely the same time, the remark that she had read in the beauty magazine entered her mind. I will not live in fear. This was no longer only a wonderful emotion, it had become imperative. I will not live in fear. She was committing to herself right now, and she was doing so right now. She was currently making the commitment, no, it is going to be okay for me to go through this. Suddenly, she experienced a burst of strength that was emanating from within her. She was able to successfully get the hammer away from him while she was still holding him against the wall. She was able to do this while she was still holding him against the wall. She pulled it up to her head, and with a piercing scream, she whacked him many times in the head with it. She did this while still holding it. It was, at one point in time, a total of 2 times. This is the third of 3 occasions. He let out a grunt as a result of the agony, but he was able to retake control of the weapon and successfully remove it from her grasp on it. In spite of this, the instant he reached for the hammer, he exposed his neck to the surrounding environment. Another thing that Susan, the nurse who worked in the emergency room and was very knowledgeable about human anatomy, noticed was that she was starting to become more open. She made a rapid rush forward and grabbed his throat, her fingers pressing into the delicate tissue that was located underneath his throat. During that moment, she began to suffocate him to death for the first time. Immediately after that, the man's hands went straight to his own throat, and he made an attempt to remove her fingers from her body. He put a stop to the assault that was being attempted on her. When he reached this position, he was focusing all of his abilities on a single activity, which was breathing. The realization dawned on Susan that she had induced him to adopt a defensive position. For her, the circumstances were favorable. After that, she seized it with great force. Bringing her other hand up to join the first, she proceeded to squeeze it with all of her weight and all of her willpower. She did this until she was completely satisfied. During a large length of time, she engaged in this activity. There was a possibility that she could sense the cartilage that was beneath her fingers. She was aware of the specific area it was necessary to push in order to cut off his flow of oxygen to breathe. Then, in a last-ditch effort to make sense of what was going on, she yelled angrily at him, her voice piercing with the intensity of her feeling. When she said, "I'll call an ambulance if you tell me who sent you," she was attempting to give him a way out of the situation. This is a chance for him to live. The only thing that was required of him was to communicate. The man, on the other hand, did nothing more than glare at her with his eyes wide open in a state of dread and growl once again. It was his reaction to what he had said. This was not going to be a talk that he would have. From the very beginning to the very end, he was going to carry out his instructions. In addition, Susan was acutely conscious of the fact that she needed to proceed with the strategy that she had developed. But as she continued to hug him and watched his face turn a dark purple color, a component of her professional training, the component that was sworn to defend life, started to take impact. She was committed to protecting life. There was no question in her mind that she would end up murdering him if she continued to persist for even a few seconds longer than she had already done. During that very moment, when she was in the midst of this battle for her life or death, she was not sufficiently prepared to carry out the action. As a result, she determined her course of action in a split second. As soon as she let go of him, she threw him to the ground, on the ground. In spite of the fact that her lungs were on fire and her entire body was wailing, she turned around and began running forward in the direction of the front entrance. It was discovered that this individual was not finished. First, he sprung up from the ground with a speed that was astonishing, and then he continued to chase after her. Following the act of grabbing her by the ankle, he proceeded to trip her, which resulted in her falling to the ground with a significant amount of force. She rolled over onto her back as soon as she touched down, and it was only in the nick of time for her to become aware that he was standing on top of her. He was using the hammer once more, and he was raising it far over his head in preparation to bring it down with all of his strength. He was preparing to bring it down. That was the conclusion. This was the devastating blow that was administered. The instincts that Susan had, on the other hand, were more immediate. Nothing was going through her head at all. To put it other way, she reacted. On the inner region of his upper leg, she bit down as hard as she possibly could after jumping up from the ground and sitting up as rapidly as she could. She did this as quickly as she could. Without wasting any time, she completed this task. The force of her bite was so great that she tore through the fabric of his pants by using her teeth to force it through. An agonizing cry that was both piercing and terrible was given out by the man at that very time. His ability to swing even the hammer was above his capabilities. Both the shock and the anguish were too much for me to handle at the same time. In an attempt to get away from her, he began to move backwards while he was struggling to keep up with her. As soon as she arrived at that location, she released her grip on him, knelt down on one knee, and then hurled herself at him once more, this time biting him on the side of his ribcage. When she bit him once again, she did it with all of her vigor, and in the process, she tore through his shirt. Having been completely taken aback by the severity of her assault, the man was now howling at the top of his lungs, completely baffled by the intensity of her assault. Susan caught him at the moment when he was at his most vulnerable, and she was able to fling him back down to the ground. However, as the procedure was going on, she lost her equilibrium and fell out of the process just like he did. In the exact opposite direction of his back, she fell to the ground. In addition to continuing to flail around in an effort to get her, he continued to make attempts to seize her and hit her with the hammer. She extended her hand, wrapped her arm around his throat from behind, and exerted pressure at the same time in order to put him in a brutal chokehold. There was no way he was going to get out of that brilliant maneuver that was like something out of a textbook, and he had no intention of doing so. Despite the fact that the man was making an effort to resist in order to free his neck, his attempts were unsuccessful. And at that same moment, while she was holding him there, Susan made a decision that was unfeeling and definitive at the same time. This was not going to be a talk that he would have. Not only was he not going to say who had sent him, but he was also not going to share what he intended to tell her. His objective was to take her life out of the equation. With this new information, there was no longer any doubt. The conversation came to an end at this position. The choice was between him and her. To add insult to injury, she had already decided that she was going to live with the consequences. Since this was the case, she proceeded to kill him by strangling him. Up until the point where he stopped moving, she maintained a strong grip on him while delivering a moderate but steady amount of pressure. In a calm and collected manner, she rose up as soon as he became completely without movement. Having received confirmation from her expertise in medicine, she took a moment to look down at him. Her senses had already alerted her of what she was experiencing. It was after the fact. Following that, she got down on her knees, picked up his hammer, and then, with an unusually high level of serenity, she went out of the front door of her house. Through the course of her yard, she made her way to the residence of her neighbor and knocked on the door. She then proceeded to do so. When Susan's neighbor answered the door a moment later, she was observed standing on the porch of her neighbor's house, observing the situation. Her clothes were torn and frayed into shreds, and they were ripped. She had bruises and was covered in blood all over her body. Nevertheless, she behaved in a manner that was completely and utterly composed. Unbelief seized the neighbor in its embrace. Her first glance was directed towards Susan, and then she turned her attention to the hammer that she was holding in her hand. She then asked, "What on earth is going on? Where did she get a hammer, and how did she get it?" Susan delivered the information to her in a voice that was composed and steady throughout the entire sentence. "I had an intruder," she said, "and he tried to kill me, so I killed him. And I need to use your phone to call the police." Her neighbor, completely bewildered, but seeing the seriousness of the situation, just nodded and said, "Okay, come on in and use my phone." So Susan walked into her neighbor's house and still holding the hammer, and she calmly called the police and told them what had happened. In a couple of minutes, the normally tranquil street in the suburbs was suddenly jammed with the flashing lights of ambulances and police cars. This occurred unexpectedly. Officers and paramedics entered Susan's residence with the utmost caution. After entering the building, they established the accuracy of the information that she had earlier supplied to them. Regrettably, her attacker had already passed away at that point. Another factor that contributed to the chaotic nature of the event was the presence of evidence of a violent conflict that was spread out across the living room and the corridor. The investigation was initiated by the police, who were attempting to put together what had taken place and what had transpired. The first thing that they needed to do was figure out who the person who had passed away was. They did not put in a significant amount of time. The name Ed Hoffey was associated with it. He was a veteran of the Vietnam War and had a long and varied history of rapping during the course of his career. It was the 59th year of his life. On the contrary, he was not a random burglar. During the course of their investigation, the crime scene unit discovered Ed Hoffey's backpack while they were processing the premises. It had been left in the guest room, which was the location where he had been hiding up until that point in time. After opening it with great caution, they continued their hunt for any clues that would provide an explanation as to why he was present in that location. They investigated the contents of the package and found a small notebook within. In the event that this notebook were to be utilized, the entire scenario would be completely revolutionized. A collection of handwritten notes, which were contained in it, were included in it. These notes were almost like a checklist. Included in the papers was a series of instructions that outlined what should be done after he had successfully murdered Susan. Items such as how to make the situation appear as though it was a robbery, where to dispose of the weapon, and how to flee without being discovered are examples of things that fall into this category. One of the orders on the list, on the other hand, was the one that brought the investigators to a complete and total halt. A command that was little more than 3 words in length was issued. It was written in the message, "Call Mike." Suddenly, this was no longer an incident of a home invasion that had gone horribly wrong. This was a completely different situation. On the other hand, this was an entirely other problem. The Mike in the journal had to be Susan's spouse, they decided almost quickly after reading it. They arrived to this conclusion almost instantly. It was a very thoughtful gesture on the part of the spouse, who had left her a note in which he informed her that he was going to be at the beach for a few days. An alibi that was immaculate and appeared to be unshakable was provided by the spouse, who came to the rescue. In order to conduct an interrogation, the police summoned Mike in for questioning. It is most probable that he arrived at the station with a sense of self-assurance, ready to play the part of the spouse who is utterly startled and filled with grief. He provided the investigators with his account of the events. He explained that he and Susan had been going through some issues and that he simply wanted to get away for a couple of days so that he could organize his thoughts. He believed that this would be beneficial. He had arrived to the coast as a result of his journey. As for Ed Hoffey, he stated that he had no idea who the person was or why he would be at his house. He was absolutely taken aback by the situation. He refuted everything that was being said. Having said so, the notepad was in the custody of the law enforcement officials. Moreover, it wasn't only the note that was the problem. They began their investigation further, and while they did so, they discovered additional evidence. The phone records that they found proved that Mike and Ed Hoffey had been in communication with one another in the days and weeks leading up to the incident. This information was discovered by them. During the course of their inquiry, they came across banking records that disclosed a substantial amount of money that had been transferred out of Mike's bank account. The strain of the material evidence began to cause his story, which he had painstakingly constructed as an alibi, to begin to fall apart. After being confronted with facts that could not be refuted, Mike reluctantly accepted his guilt. Not only that, but he shared every piece of information with them. The reconstruction of the crime was slowed down as a result of the chilling effect. As a matter of fact, it was discovered that Mike was not only unhappy with the divorce, but he was also furious about the consequences that it would have on his financial situation. Getting a divorce would have been extremely detrimental to his current financial circumstances. On the other hand, in the event that Susan were to pass away, he would be the beneficiary of the house, as well as their life insurance and everything else. His perspective was that it was a simple and uncomplicated solution to the problem. It was for this reason that he came to the conclusion that he would plot the murder of his wife of 18 years. He made a concerted effort to locate Ed Hoffey and then employed him, providing him with $50,000 to carry out the assignment to his satisfaction. Mike spent the morning of September 6th at home, laying the framework for Susan's passing while she was at work in the emergency room where she was saving lives. Mike was establishing the groundwork for Susan's dying all throughout the morning. He was the one who gave Ed Hoffey permission to enter the house they were staying in. Subsequent to directing him to the guest room, he provided him with instructions regarding where he should wait and conceal himself. He instructed him on Susan's working schedule, when she was most likely to return home, and the most efficient manner to surprise her. He also offered him with recommendations on how to surprise her. A moment later, as he was leaving, he scribbled out that spontaneous message and left it on the counter next to the microwave. His alibi consisted of a plain message that was intended to depict him as a man who was placed a considerable distance away and was completely clueless to the tragedy that was taking place in his own home. This was the most significant part of his alibi. The next thing that he did was get into his car and drive to the beach, where he waited for the one phone call that he had been looking forward to receiving. He received a phone call from Ed Hoffey, who informed him that the assignment had been finished being completed. It was a call that was never picked up by the recipient. In spite of the fact that Mike never mentioned his specific motivations in court, it was abundantly clear that he was driven by the desire to acquire financial gain. He was subsequently found guilty of soliciting the murder of his wife and received a sentence of 7 years in prison for his involvement in the plan. He was sentenced to serve 3 years in prison. Throughout her whole life, Susan Kuhnhausen has never been the subject of any criminal complaint. In point of fact, many members of her community hailed her as a hero for the acts that she took. A person who, when confronted with a violent predator in her own home, made the decision to make a conscious decision to avoid becoming a victim of the situation. She fought back against her attacker with such skill and intensity that he was entirely unprepared for what she had to offer. In the immediate aftermath of the execution of Mike's sentence, Susan initiated a legal complaint against him with the intention of obtaining $1 million. In the end, it was discovered that she had not done it for the purpose of gaining substantial financial gain. She carried out the action because she was resolute in her determination to establish beyond a shadow of a doubt that he did not possess any monies that were still available. She wanted to be completely positive about the fact that he would never again be able to afford to pay another hitman to come and do the job. She wanted to know that he would never be like that again. It turned out that Susan did not need to be concerned for a very long time because of what did occur there. Unfortunately, Mike would pass away while he was detained not long after that. Following the assault, Susan's story became a well-known legend in the neighborhood. This occurred after the assault on Susan. Through the utilization of her professional expertise and her amazing resolve to survive, she emerged victorious over a hired killer. She was the nurse that worked in the emergency room. In addition to being a story about amazing bravery, it is also a story about betrayal that is beyond anyone's ability to comprehend. On the same day that she started the day by reading a line in a magazine that declared, "I will not live an unlived life," I will not live in fear. Susan felt forced to take action in order to demonstrate how firmly she believed those words. She came triumphant from the struggle that she underwent to save her life. I want to express my gratitude for your presence here today. If you watched the program that was broadcast today, I would appreciate it if you could share your ideas with me in the comments area. Also, bear in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime waiting for you to watch in one sitting right now. You may watch all of these episodes in one sitting till the next time we meet again. What's going on? In 1957, in the quiet, hard-working town of Akron, Ohio, a 31-year-old man named Larry Bader was trying his best to build a good life. He had a wife, Mary Lou, and 3 young kids who were his entire world. By all accounts, Larry was a wonderful father and a loving husband. He was the kind of guy who would do anything for his family. But there was one area where Larry consistently struggled, and that was business. He had the heart of an entrepreneur, always brimming with new ideas and big dreams. Over the years, he had poured his energy and what little money they had into one venture after another. But each one, for one reason or another, had failed to take off. These failures left the Bader family in a deep hole of debt. And so, Larry had to put his entrepreneurial dreams on the shelf. He couldn't afford to take any more risks. He needed a steady paycheck to keep a roof over his family's head and food on the table. He took a job as a cookware salesman for a local company. It wasn't glamorous, and it certainly wasn't his passion, but it paid the bills. The work was a daily reminder of his failed ambitions, and it wore on him. To escape the pressure and the quiet disappointment of his life, Larry had found a sanctuary. That sanctuary was Lake Erie, about an hour's drive north of their home. On the weekends, if Mary Lou was okay with managing the kids on her own, Larry would pack up his gear and his small boat and just disappear. Out on the water with a fishing line in his hand, he could disconnect from the bills, from the sales quotas, and from the life he felt he was supposed to be living. It was his way of resetting, of finding a small piece of peace. On Friday, the 15th of March, 1957, Larry came to his wife with his usual weekend request. He told her he really needed to get away, to head up to the lake and do some fishing. Mary Lou, as always, was supportive. She knew how much he needed these trips. But this time, she was worried. She told him she had heard the weather forecast, and it wasn't good. A big storm was supposed to roll in over the lake. She asked him if he was sure it was a good idea to go. Larry just smiled and waved it off. He told her not to worry, that the news always exaggerated these things. He said the storms were never as bad as they predicted, and he would be perfectly fine. And so, with that reassurance, he kissed Mary Lou goodbye, he kissed each of his 3 children, grabbed his fishing gear, and headed out the door. He hopped in his truck and drove north towards the calm, gray waters of Lake Erie. That night, the storm that Mary Lou had worried about crashed down on Lake Erie with a vengeance. It was far worse than anyone had predicted. The winds howled, and the rain came down in sheets, turning the lake's surface into a violent, churning mess. The following morning, as the storm began to subside, the Coast Guard was out on patrol, surveying the damage. And that's when they found it. A small boat, bobbing aimlessly in the waves. It was Larry Bader's boat. They pulled up alongside it and saw that it had some minor damage, like it had been battered around by the storm. One of the oars was missing. And so was Larry. A massive search was launched immediately. The Coast Guard scoured the lake and the shoreline for days, hoping to find any sign of him. But there was nothing. Larry Bader had simply vanished into the storm. After weeks of searching turned up no body and no new clues, the authorities had to make a difficult call. Larry Bader was officially declared dead, lost to the unforgiving waters of Lake Erie. His family, though they had no body to bury, held a funeral to say their goodbyes. Mary Lou was devastated, but she had to be strong for her children. She cashed in Larry's life insurance policy. It wasn't a huge amount of money, but it was enough to pay off their debts and give her and the kids a chance to start over, to build a new life without their father and husband. Fast forward 8 long years to 1965. Life had moved on for the Bader family. Larry's niece, a 21-year-old woman named Suzanne Pekka, was in Chicago for a sporting goods show. She was with a friend, and they were wandering through the massive convention hall, looking at all the latest fishing rods, camping gear, and hunting equipment. As they walked, they noticed a large crowd gathered around one of the exhibits off to the side. Curious, they decided to see what all the excitement was about. They worked their way through the group of people until they could see what was happening in the center. There, a man was putting on an archery demonstration. He had a big, thick mustache and was wearing a black eye patch over one eye. He stood with a confident posture, holding a bow, and was methodically shooting arrows at a target about 30 feet away. Suzanne and her friend watched for a few minutes, and it quickly became clear why this man had drawn such a crowd. He was an incredible archer. Arrow after arrow flew from his bow and landed squarely in the bullseye. He almost never missed. It was a mesmerizing display of skill. As they stood there watching, Suzanne's friend started looking more closely at the archer, not just at his skill, but at his face. After a moment, he turned to Suzanne with a strange look. He said to her, "Hey, doesn't that guy look exactly like your uncle? The one who disappeared on Lake Erie?" Suzanne was taken aback. Her Uncle Larry had been gone for 8 years, and it was strange to hear him mentioned so suddenly. But she turned her gaze back to the man with the eye patch, and this time she looked at him differently. And then she saw it. The resemblance was uncanny. Even with the mustache and the eye patch, the shape of his face, his build, the way he carried himself, it was a spitting image of her Uncle Larry. And then another piece clicked into place in her mind. Her Uncle Larry had also been known for being a phenomenal archer. It was one of his favorite hobbies. Here was a man who looked just like him and had the exact same rare talent. The coincidence felt too big to ignore. As soon as the demonstration ended and the crowd started to thin out, Suzanne and her friend rushed over to the man. Suzanne's heart was pounding. She walked right up to him and said, "I know this is going to sound crazy, but you look exactly like my uncle, Larry Bader. He went missing on Lake Erie 8 years ago." The man looked at her, and a polite, slightly confused smile crossed his face. He told her he was sorry, but he didn't know anyone named Larry Bader. He said his name was John Johnson, but everyone called him Fritz. He repeated that he was sorry, but he couldn't help her. But Suzanne wasn't convinced. The more she looked at him, the more certain she became. The denial didn't shake her. She looked him straight in the eye and said, "No, you are Larry Bader. I am positive you're my uncle." At this point, Fritz's politeness started to wear a little thin. He was firm, but not rude. He reiterated that he was not her uncle. He told her he didn't know who Larry Bader was, that he'd never been to Lake Erie. He tried to explain his life to her, to show her how impossible it was. He said he lived in Omaha, Nebraska, with his wife and his kids. He told her he was a sports journalist on television in Omaha and also worked as a consultant for archery companies, which is why he was at the show. He looked at her, completely bewildered, and said he just didn't understand why she thought he was her uncle, but he wasn't. And with that, Fritz turned and walked away, leaving Suzanne and her friends standing there in shock. But they were not deterred. Not in the slightest. They were now more convinced than ever that this man was Larry Bader, and he was either lying or something very strange was going on. They ran to find a payphone. Suzanne called her 2 other uncles Larry's brothers. She frantically explained what had just happened, how she had found a man who was the spitting image of their long-lost brother. Her uncles were skeptical at first, but the conviction in Suzanne's voice was enough. They told her to stay put. They booked the next flight to Chicago and flew out that very night. The next morning, Suzanne and her friend met her two uncles at the sporting goods show. They all went straight to the archery exhibit. And sure enough, there he was. Fritz Johnson, with his eye patch and mustache, doing another one of his incredible archery demonstrations. They waited patiently until there was a break. Then the four of them, Suzanne, her friend, and Larry Bader's two brothers, walked over to him. As soon as the brothers saw Fritz up close, any doubt they might have had vanished. Despite the eye patch, despite the mustache, despite the 8 years that had passed, they knew this was their brother. They approached him calmly. One of the brothers spoke, telling him that they knew he was saying he wasn't Larry, but the resemblance was just too strong to be a coincidence. He explained that they had been searching for their brother for a very long time. Then he pulled out some papers. He told Fritz that they had Larry's old military records, which included a full set of his fingerprints. He asked Fritz, "Please, just humor us. Come with us to the police station and get your fingerprints taken. It's the only way to prove to us that you aren't our brother." It would be a huge favor and would finally give them some closure. Fritz was clearly annoyed. He didn't want to do it. This whole thing was a ridiculous distraction. But he looked at the hopeful, desperate faces of these strangers and sighed. He figured it was the quickest way to end this bizarre situation. He said, "Fine. I'll go to the police station. I'll get my fingerprints taken, and then we can all put this behind us." And so, later that day, they all left the sporting goods show and went to a local Chicago police station. Fritz Johnson sat patiently while an officer rolled his fingertips in ink and pressed them onto a card. The officer then took the new prints and compared them with the ones from Larry Bader's military file. After a few minutes of careful examination, the officer looked up at Fritz, and he told him, "You are Larry Bader." When Fritz heard those words, he was in a state of pure disbelief. It wasn't a moment of revelation for him. No flood of lost memories came rushing back. In fact, it was the exact opposite. His mind was a blank slate when it came to Larry Bader. He immediately started trying to make sense of it, racking his brain, searching for any inconsistency in his own memory, any clue that his life as Fritz Johnson wasn't real, but he found nothing. All he could remember was a continuous, unbroken life. He had memories of being a young child named Fritz Johnson, growing up and living his life all the way up to that present moment in the police station. But now he was being told that the vast majority of those memories were a complete fabrication. He was never a child named Fritz Johnson. He was Larry Bader, a man from Ohio, and he had only become Fritz Johnson 8 years ago. The timeline of what actually happened is still murky, but investigators were able to piece together a rough sketch. It seems that just a few days, or maybe a few months, after Larry Bader disappeared on Lake Erie, a man calling himself Fritz Johnson showed up in Omaha, Nebraska. He walked into a local restaurant and asked for a job. He provided documents that seemed to prove his identity, and nobody had any reason to question him. He seemed like a completely normal, friendly guy. There was nothing about his behavior that raised any red flags. Over the next 8 years, Fritz wove himself into the very fabric of the Omaha community. He got married to a woman there. He had a child with her and adopted another. He was a good husband and a good father. He eventually left his job as a bartender and, through his charisma and talent, landed an amazing job as a sports broadcaster for the local television station. In Omaha, Fritz Johnson was a minor celebrity. People recognized him on the street. They'd wave and say, "Hey, Fritz, how are you doing?" He had built a full, successful, and happy life from scratch. But as soon as the news broke that he was actually Larry Bader, that carefully constructed life came crashing down around him. The television station he worked for fired him immediately. His second wife, the woman in Omaha, left him. It turned out their marriage had never been legally valid in the first place because Larry Bader was still legally married to his first wife, Mary Lou, And to make matters worse, the insurance company that had paid out the life insurance policy to Mary Lou all those years ago now demanded that the money be repaid in full. Throughout this entire chaotic ordeal, as his world fell apart, Fritz continued to insist that he was not Larry Bader. He was convinced it was all a huge, unexplainable mistake. He simply could not comprehend how any of this could have happened. It made no sense to him. Eventually, a team of experts, including doctors and psychologists, was brought in to examine him. They put him through nearly 2 weeks of intensive tests and evaluations. At the end of it all, they came to 2 firm conclusions. First, there was no doubt whatsoever that he was, in fact, Larry Bader. The physical evidence was undeniable. And second, he was almost certainly suffering from an extreme and profound case of amnesia, a total loss of his previous identity and memories. But how he had developed this amnesia, the doctors had no idea. And of course, Fritz had no idea either. It's unlikely we will ever get any more answers about what truly happened to Larry Bader on that stormy day on Lake Erie. Because just 1 year after his old identity was discovered, Fritz Johnson, or Larry Bader, passed away. He had been suffering from cancer in one of his eyes, which was why he wore the eye patch. The cancer returned, and this time it took his life. He died without ever recovering a single memory of his life as Larry Bader. Today, his case is still considered one of the most baffling and believable cases of profound amnesia ever recorded. He was a man who lived 2 completely separate lives, and he died only remembering one of them. Just outside of the popular tourist town of Amaga in northern Colombia, there's a thick green jungle that stretches for miles. If you know where to look, you can find a narrow walking path that winds its way from the edge of the town deep into the wilderness. If you follow that path far enough, it will eventually lead you to a truly incredible sight, an enormous old railroad bridge that spans a huge deep ravine. The bridge is no longer used for trains. It was decommissioned many years ago. But ironically, since the trains stopped running, the bridge has seen more traffic than ever. It's just a different kind of traffic now. People come from all over to visit this bridge for one specific, heart-pounding reason: to go bungee jumping. Bungee jumping is a thrill-seeking activity where people leap from high places, like this very bridge, with a long, elastic rope tied to their ankles. The length of that rope is carefully calculated so that when it stretches to its absolute limit, the jumper will stop just short of hitting the ground below. It's an adrenaline rush unlike any other. Back in early July of 2021, a 25-year-old Colombian lawyer named Yesenia Gomez was living in the city of Medellin, about an hour north of Amaga. She turned to her boyfriend and told him she was finally ready to do it. She wanted to go bungee jumping. This was a conversation they had had many times before. Yesenia had always been fascinated by the idea of it, but every time they made actual plans to go, her fear would get the better of her and she would back out at the last minute. But this time was different. For whatever reason, in July of 2021, Yesenia felt she had the courage to finally see it through. Her boyfriend, hearing the seriousness in her voice, seized the opportunity. He had never been bungee jumping either and was eager to try it, but he wouldn't go without her. Now that she seemed genuinely committed, he immediately got on the phone and called the Amaga Bungee Jumping Company. He booked a spot for both of them to jump from the famous railroad bridge. On the day of their jump, which was Sunday, July 18th, Yesenia and her boyfriend got in their car and made the hour-long drive south to Amaga. They found the walking trail and began the trek through the jungle out to the bridge. When they finally emerged from the trees and stepped onto the structure, they were stunned. They knew it was a popular spot, but they had not expected to see so many people. A long line of jumpers, nearly 100 of them, was already snaking its way across the bridge, all waiting for their turn to take the leap. Yesenia and her boyfriend found the end of the line and began their wait. Over the next several hours, they had a front row seat to the spectacle. One by one, they watched the people ahead of them get harnessed up, walk to the edge, and plummet into the ravine below, their screams of terror quickly turning into shouts of joy. In her mind, Yesenia had pictured arriving at the bridge, quickly getting it over with, and then celebrating their bravery. But this long, drawn-out wait was having the opposite effect. With every person who jumped, her own anxiety grew. Suddenly, bungee jumping didn't look fun at all. It looked terrifying. She started to second-guess her decision all over again. Her boyfriend could see the panic rising in her eyes. He tried to calm her down, pointing out how safe it was. He told her to look at all the people who had already jumped. They were all perfectly fine, all smiling and laughing. He told her how proud she would be of herself once it was over. But despite his best efforts, Yesenia couldn't shake the fear. Still, she told him she wasn't going to back down. She was determined to go through with it. Several more high-stress hours passed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Yesenia and her boyfriend reached the front of the line. A staff member who had been running the jumps all day long signaled for them to step forward onto the launch platform. They walked to the very edge, looking down into the vast, empty space of the ravine. The staff began fitting them with their harnesses and safety gear. The whole time, Yesenia's panic was escalating. Her heart was hammering in her chest. Her vision started to narrow. This didn't feel like an adventure anymore. It just felt like something she had to survive. She just wanted it to be over. As the staff members were making their final checks, one of them looked at her boyfriend, whose gear was fully connected, and gave the signal. He said, "Okay, jump." Yesenia heard the command. In her panicked state, in the blur of fear and adrenaline, she thought he was talking to her. And so, without a moment's hesitation, Yesenia jumped. But she had made a terrible mistake. The staff member had been talking to her boyfriend, not to her. The staff had only finished putting her harness on. They had not yet attached the actual elastic bungee rope to her ankles. When Yesenia leaped from the platform, there was nothing to stop her fall. Her boyfriend watched in horror. He ripped off his own gear and sprinted down the bridge, leaping over the railing and scrambling down the steep, rocky hillside into the ravine. But by the time he reached his girlfriend at the bottom, it was too late. She was already gone. It would later be determined that Yesenia did not die from the impact with the ground. The autopsy revealed that she had actually died from a massive heart attack that she suffered during the fall. This means she must have realized in those few terrifying seconds after she jumped that she had made a mistake. She knew the bungee cord wasn't attached. And the sheer overwhelming fear of what was about to happen is what literally killed her before she ever reached the bottom. In early 1974, in the small town of Ossett in central England, 31-year-old Michael Taylor was living a happy life. He had a wife named Christine and 5 children, and he was known throughout their neighborhood as a great father and a wonderful husband with a fantastic sense of humor. Neighbors would often say that when you walked past the Taylor house, you could almost always hear the sound of Michael laughing or telling jokes to his family. Their home was a place filled with joy. But in April of that year, everything changed. Michael was doing some repairs around the house when he fell from a ladder and injured his back. The injury itself wasn't severe, but it left him with chronic, nagging pain. And that constant pain began to change him. The cheerful, funny, happy-go-lucky Michael Taylor slowly disappeared. In his place was a man who was sad, withdrawn, and deeply depressed. He became so irritable that his own family found it difficult to be around him. He would lash out at them over the smallest things. The laughter in the Taylor home was replaced with a tense silence. The Taylors were not a particularly religious family, but in a small town like Ossett at that time, most of their friends and neighbors were. When one of Michael's friends learned about how much he was struggling, he approached Michael with a suggestion. He told him that he should really consider turning to religion for help and guidance. Specifically, he recommended a local Christian group called the Christian Fellowship Group. It wasn't a formal church, but rather a small, dedicated prayer group for people who wanted a deeper level of spiritual support. But the real draw of this group, the friend explained, was its leader. Her name was Marie Robinson. She was only 21 years old, but she was incredibly charismatic, energetic, and friendly. She had a special way of making everyone in her group feel welcome and important. Michael's friend was convinced that Marie could be the one to help him, that she could help him find his way back to being his old self. Michael was at rock bottom. He was desperate and felt like he had nothing to lose. So he agreed to give it a try. On the 12th of September, 1974, Michael went to the church where the fellowship group held its meetings. He walked inside and found his way to a back room. When he entered, he saw about 20 people sitting in a circle of chairs. As soon as they noticed him, they all stood up and greeted him with open arms, welcoming him and inviting him to sit with them. Then, the woman who had to be Marie stood up. She had a huge, warm smile on her face. She looked directly at Michael and encouraged him to come and take the empty seat right next to her. For the first time in a very long time, a genuine smile spread across Michael's face. He walked across the room and sat down beside Marie. As she began to lead the group in prayer, Michael noticed something incredible. For that brief period of time, he didn't feel his chronic back pain. He just felt happy again. But when the meeting was over and Michael returned home, the pain and the depression came flooding back. It was as if the only place he could find relief was inside that church with that group. And so, Michael became completely devoted to it. He attended every single meeting. Over the next couple of weeks, he grew very close to Marie, and it seemed that Marie was growing very close to him as well. They started staying behind after the meetings were over, just the two of them, spending time together in what they called quiet prayer. Nobody knew exactly what they were doing, but their bond was obvious. It wasn't long before other members of the group began to suspect that they were having an affair. In a small town like Osset, rumors travel fast. The whispers from inside the church soon spread throughout the town. And before long, Michael's wife, Christine, started hearing them from her friends and neighbors. She was told that her husband was cheating on her with the young leader of his new prayer group. Christine had already had her own suspicion. Marie was the only thing Michael ever talked about anymore. On October 1st, just a few weeks after Michael first joined the group, Christine decided she had to know the truth. She waited until Michael left the house to head to his evening meeting. Then she got in her car and followed him to the church. She parked across the street, took a deep breath to steady her nerves, and then she got out and marched towards the front doors. She stormed inside, found the room where the meeting was being held, and burst through the door. She pointed directly at her husband, who was sitting with his back to her, and she yelled, "I know you're having an affair with Marie." You're going to admit it, right here, in front of this whole group. Michael stood up from his chair. But instead of turning to face his wife, instead of addressing her accusation, he turned and stared across the room at Marie. And when Marie made eye contact with him, she let out a blood-curdling scream. She would later say that in that moment, Michael didn't look human. He looked, in her words, like a beast. His eyes were wild. As Michael stood there, locked in this intense, aggressive stare with Marie, he suddenly began speaking in tongues. It's a phenomenon where a person utters words or sounds that resemble a language, but it's unintelligible to the speaker. The belief is that some other entity is speaking through them. Michael was barking these strange words and sounds at Marie. Everyone else in the room was frozen in shock. It had all happened so fast. Christine's sudden accusation, Michael's bizarre and terrifying reaction. Before anyone could do anything, Michael went from just speaking in tongues to lunging across the room as if he was going to physically attack Marie. Instantly, the other members of the group sprang into action. They jumped on top of Michael, trying to hold him down. But even with 10 or 15 people piling on top of him, he fought with an incredible strength, screaming and snarling, still trying to get to Marie. And then, something even stranger happened. Marie herself suddenly broke out into tongues. And as soon as she did, Michael stopped struggling so violently. He stayed on the floor, pinned down, and just continued to speak in tongues back at her. The two of them were looking at each other, having this strange, otherworldly conversation, while the rest of the group, completely dumbfounded, could only pray. After about an hour of this, Michael suddenly went limp. He collapsed as if he had lost consciousness. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at Michael's still form on the floor. After a moment, his eyes fluttered open. He looked around frantically as if he was waking up in a strange place with no idea how he had gotten there. Michael would claim he had absolutely no memory of the events that had just transpired. At this point, Marie turned to him and Christine. She told them that she believed Michael was possessed by a demonic force. And the only way to help him, she said, was to perform an exorcism. An exorcism is a religious ritual aimed at expelling a supposedly evil spirit from a person or a place. Michael and Christine were completely at a loss. They were both in a state of shock for very different reasons, and they had no idea what to do. They simply deferred to Marie's judgment. They agreed that an exorcism seemed like the only way forward. So they left the church and went home. The next morning, Marie contacted the Anglican Church of England and formally requested an exorcism for Michael Taylor. After hearing the details of what had happened, the church agreed. They said it did indeed sound like a case that required an exorcism. The following day, they sent two of their most experienced exorcists, a man named Peter and another named Raymond, to Ossett. Peter and Raymond went to the Taylor home and observed Michael. It didn't take them long to reach the same conclusion. They too believed that Michael was possessed by at least one demonic entity. They told Michael that an exorcism was the only solution, but they needed his full consent to proceed. Michael agreed. Christine, still completely overwhelmed and just going along with whatever the experts said, agreed as well. A day later, on the night of October 4th, everyone gathered at another church in a neighboring town. It was 10 p.m. Michael, Christine, the two exorcists, and all the members of the Christian fellowship group were there. Michael was seated in a chair in the middle of the room. As soon as Peter and Raymond began the ritual by praying, Michael erupted. He started screaming in tongues and writhing in his chair. He fell to the floor and began contorting his body into grotesque and unnatural positions, as if the words of the prayers were causing him physical agony. The exorcism went on for 8 straight hours. At one point, they had to physically tie Michael down to prevent him from harming himself or anyone else in the room. Finally, after 8 grueling hours, they stopped. Peter and Raymond were exhausted. Michael looked completely drained. As soon as the ritual paused, he collapsed on the ground unconscious. When he eventually came to, he was still tied down, and he looked around wildly, again with no memory of what had just happened. Peter and Raymond told him that the exorcism had been mostly successful. They claimed they had identified 40 different demons inside of him, and that the ritual had managed to expel 37 of them. But, they warned, there were still 3 demons left inside. They were all too tired to continue right now. They told Michael to go home, get some rest, and they would return the next day to finish the job and cast out the final 3 demons. And so, Michael and Christine left the church and headed home. A few hours later, around noon the next day, a woman who lived near the Taylors heard a strange noise outside her house. It sounded like someone yelling. She went to her front window and pulled back the curtain to look outside. What she saw made her gasp. Walking down the middle of the street was Michael Taylor. He was completely naked and covered from head to toe in blood. He was rambling incoherently about Satan. The woman immediately called the police. When the officers arrived, they found Michael curled up in the fetal position on the sidewalk outside the woman's house. He was giggling to himself like a small child. The police cautiously approached him. At some point, Michael seemed to snap out of his state and looked up at the officers as if he had no idea what was going on. They eventually got him to tell them his name and where he lived. After calling for backup to handle Michael, the first responding officers made their way to the Taylor residence. They went inside. And the moment they saw the scene, one of the officers turned around, ran back outside, and began to vomit on the lawn. The inside of the Taylor family home would become one of the most infamous and gruesome crime scenes in English history. A few hours earlier, when Michael and Christine had returned from the exorcism, Michael had fallen into another one of his trances. He had brutally attacked his wife, beating her until she fell to the ground. Then, as she was dying, Michael had jumped on top of her and, using only his bare hands, had ripped her face off and thrown it across the room. As she bled to death, he began rubbing her blood all over his own body. After she was dead, he found the family dog and killed it as well. Fortunately, their 5 children had not been home at the time of the horrific attack, and they were unharmed. During Michael's trial, both the prosecution and the defense pointed the finger at the Anglican Church and at Marie Robinson's religious group. They argued that by performing the exorcism, they had effectively convinced Michael that he was possessed by demons, which in turn caused him to have a psychotic break and act out with such extreme violence. Ultimately, Michael Taylor was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He spent only 4 years in psychiatric care before he was released. Today, he is reportedly still living as a free man in Ossett. But despite the legal outcome, there are many people, both religious and non-religious, who believe the case of Michael Taylor is one of the few genuine and terrifying cases of demonic possession in modern history. And as for whether Michael and Marie were actually having an affair, it was never definitively proven, but it has always been widely assumed that they were. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. Hundreds of years ago, in the dense forests and rolling hills of what we now call Richland County, Wisconsin, a young indigenous warrior was walking with purpose toward the center of his village. He was a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation, a proud and resilient people who had called this beautiful land home for generations. The warrior was strong and brave, one of the best hunters in his tribe, and he had been summoned by his tribal chief. As he walked, the familiar sounds of village life surrounded him, but a sense of unease hung in the air. He had a strong suspicion about why the chief wanted to see him, and when he arrived at the village center, his fears were confirmed. Standing there with the chief were 9 of the other strongest and most capable men of the tribe. They stood quietly, their faces serious. The warrior knew immediately this was about the 3 missing boys. 2 days earlier, 3 teenagers from the village, boys on the cusp of manhood, had gone out into the wilds on a deer hunt. It was a rite of passage, a chance to prove their skills and contribute to the tribe. But they hadn't returned. 48 hours had passed, a full 2 suns had set, and there was still no sign of them. Their families were growing more and more frantic with each passing hour. They had pleaded with the tribal chief to send a search party, their voices filled with a desperate worry that was starting to infect the entire village. The chief had initially been hesitant. It wasn't completely out of the ordinary for hunting parties, even young ones, to be gone for a couple of days. The forest was vast, and a good hunt could take time. But the families insisted they had a bad feeling, a deep, gnawing sense that something was terribly wrong. Finally, after 2 full days of waiting, the chief agreed. It was time to act. And so, here was the young warrior standing before his chief and the 9 other men. The chief looked at him with trust and respect and asked him to lead the search effort. He would be in charge of this party of 10, responsible for finding the boys and bringing them home safely. In truth, the warrior felt it might be a bit of an overreaction. 10 of the tribe's best men for 3 teenagers who were probably just fine, maybe a little lost or extending their trip to seem more impressive. But he would never question the chief's command or disrespect the family's fear. He accepted the duty without hesitation. Of course, he would go. The 10 men gathered their supplies. They took their most reliable bows, quivers full of arrows, and sharp spears. They packed dried meat and skins filled with fresh water, not knowing how long this search might take. They said their goodbyes to the anxious villagers who had gathered to see them off. The air was heavy with hope and fear. Then, as one, the 10 warriors left the village, following the well-worn path that all hunters took when they ventured out into the great forest. The lead warrior was a master tracker. His eyes could read the forest floor like a storybook. Almost immediately, he picked up the trail of the 3 teenage boys. He could see their distinct footprints in the soft earth, and for a moment, he felt a wave of relief. This would be simple. They would follow the tracks, find the boys camped out somewhere, give them a stern lecture about worrying their families, and then guide them back to the village. It would all be over by nightfall. But as they followed the trail, the story the tracks told began to change. The footprints continued along the main path for a while, but then they suddenly veered off. They left the familiar trail and headed deep into a part of the forest that wasn't known for good hunting. This was the first thing that felt wrong. The Ho-Chunk people knew these woods intimately. They knew where the deer herds moved, where the best hunting grounds were. The path the boys had taken was leading them away from all of it. It made no sense. The lead warrior kept his growing concerns to himself, not wanting to alarm the others. He just kept his head down, focused on the tracks. They walked for miles, deeper and deeper into the wilderness. And as they walked, he noticed something else that was deeply unsettling. The tracks never stopped. There were no signs that the boys had paused to rest. There were no marks in the dirt to suggest they had stopped to set a snare or stood still to aim an arrow at a deer. Their footprints just went on and on in a straight, determined line as if they were on a mission marching towards some specific, unknown destination. After hours of relentless hiking, with the sun beginning to dip lower in the sky, the search party still hadn't found the boys. They found themselves standing at the edge of a steep, rocky ravine. As they looked down into the shadowy depths, they all realized they had traveled so far off the beaten path that they were now in truly uncharted territory. None of them, not even the most experienced hunters among them, had ever been to this place before. They had no idea what lay at the bottom of the ravine or what was beyond it. But they knew one thing for sure. The tracks of the 3 teenage boys led directly down the steep slope and into the ravine. There was no hesitation. They had to follow. So, carefully, the 10 warriors made their way down the treacherous incline. When they reached the bottom, the dense canopy of trees opened up into a small clearing. And there, right in front of them, was the dark, gaping mouth of a cave. The tracks led straight to it. They went into the blackness, but there were no tracks coming back out. For reasons they could not possibly understand, the 3 boys had hiked all this way into this unknown place and had walked into this cave. And they were, presumably, still inside. The warrior and his men approached the entrance cautiously, the air growing colder as they got closer. Even standing right at the mouth of the cave, they couldn't see anything. It was a void of absolute darkness. It was clearly large enough to walk into, but how far it went or where it led was a complete mystery. They called out the boys' names, but only the flat, dead echo of their own voices came back. A heavy sense of apprehension fell over the lead warrior. He didn't know this cave. He didn't know if the boys were hurt or lost, or if something else was in there with them. A bear, a mountain lion, or something worse. He had to be smart. He couldn't risk his whole team. He made a decision. He turned to 2 of his men and instructed them to go inside to scout it out. The other 7 men would wait with him at the entrance. The 2 chosen warriors nodded, and without a word, they stepped into the darkness and disappeared from sight. The 8 men waiting outside stood in total silence, listening. They could hear the voices of the two scouts echoing from within the cave as they called out the names of the missing teenagers. Their calls grew fainter and more distorted the deeper they went. From the outside, the group could only see the flickering light from the scouts' torches for a short distance before they seemed to be swallowed by the dark. Then, at the exact moment their light vanished, their voices stopped. The cave went completely, utterly silent. For 5 long minutes, the warrior and the others stood there, waiting, their anxiety growing with every passing second. What was happening in there? The silence was unnatural. 10 minutes went by. Then 15. Still, not a single sound came from the cave. It was as if the darkness had consumed the 2 men whole. The warrior couldn't wait any longer. He told the others to stay put and carefully stepped just inside the entrance of the cave himself. The air was frigid. He began calling out the names of the 2 men he had just sent in. His voice echoed through what felt like a vast empty space, but there was no reply. At least, not at first. Just as he was about to call out again, he heard something. It was a faint sound, coming from deep, deep within the cave. It sounded like a low, mournful wail. At first, he thought it was a single voice, but then it seemed to multiply, as if other voices were layering on top of each other, creating a strange, discordant harmony. And then, with a sudden, chilling realization, the warrior understood what he was hearing. It wasn't a wail of pain, it was a chant. And it was a chant he knew all too well. It was the death song. It was the sacred, final chant a Ho-Chunk warrior sings only when he knows he is about to die. The moment the other 7 men outside heard it, they knew exactly what it was, too. They surged forward to the mouth of the cave, their faces masks of alarm. "We have to go in," one of them said. "They're in trouble." Something is wrong. Before the lead warrior could give an order, before he could form a plan, 6 of the 7 men charged into the cave. Their loyalty to their brothers overrode everything else. They ran headlong into the darkness, their own voices now echoing as they called out, chasing the sound of that terrible final song. The lead warrior and the 1 man who had stayed back with him stood frozen at the entrance, listening to the chaos. They heard the 6 men running and yelling, their sounds mixing with the haunting reverberation of the death song. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The chanting ceased. The yelling stopped. The cave was plunged back into that same profound, eerie silence. The lead warrior and the last remaining man were alone, their hearts pounding in their chests. They listened, straining to hear anything, but there was nothing. Just quiet. And then it began again. The rhythmic chanting. The death song. But this time, it was different. It was no longer just a couple of voices. It was a chorus. Dozens of voices, it seemed, all layered on top of each other, chanting the death song in a powerful rhythmic wave of sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath their feet. The sound poured out of the cave, a horrifying announcement of death on a scale he couldn't comprehend. At that moment, the lead warrior faced an impossible choice. Every part of his being, every rule of their warrior code, screamed at him to go in there, to fight for his men, to die with them if he had to. But another part of him, a logical, cold part, knew the truth. Something evil was happening inside that cave. If he and the last man went in, they would not come out. Their story would die with them. No one would ever know what happened. And so, in an act that went against every fiber of his soul, he made a decision. As the death song echoed all around them, he and the other man turned their backs on the cave and they ran. They ran for miles, not stopping, not looking back, fueled by terror and grief. They ran all the way back to their village, arriving long after nightfall, breathless and on the verge of collapse. They found the tribal chief and told him everything that had happened. The chief listened, his face grim. He declared that at first light they would all go back. The entire village. They would go back to that cave and they would get their people out. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the forest canopy, a massive group assembled. The tribal chief, the lead warrior, the other survivor, and nearly 100 other members of the tribe, men and women, banded together. They marched out into the wilderness, a somber and determined procession, retracing the steps back to the ravine, back to that cursed cave. When they arrived, the cave was just as they had left it. It was quiet. The tracks leading in were still there, undisturbed. There were still no tracks leading out. Everyone they had lost was still inside. But this time, they had a plan. The lead warrior didn't know how they could possibly succeed, but the chief was confident. He addressed the crowd, his voice steady. "We will not go in as small groups," he announced. "We will not be separated. We will go as one. We will lock hands, all of us, and form a great line. We will never let go of the person next to us. We will walk into that cave together, as one body, and we will find our people." It seemed like a brilliant idea. There was strength in their numbers, strength in their unity. Nothing could happen to them if they were all connected. So, the great human chain was formed. The warrior who had survived the previous day was placed at the very front of the line. The lead warrior was second, his hand gripping the first man's tightly. Behind him, stretching all the way out of the cave, was a line of nearly 100 people, all holding on to each other. When everyone was ready, they began to move forward, a single shuffling entity stepping into the cold darkness. They walked slowly, cautiously. After about 50 feet, the cave passage made a sharp turn to the right. As the front of the line rounded the corner, they were plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness. No light from the entrance could reach this far. The lead warrior couldn't see a thing, not even his own hand in front of his face. All he could feel was the tight grip of the man in front of him and the man behind him. He squeezed their hands back, a silent promise that they were in this together. The man at the front of the line kept calling out the names of the lost, his voice swallowed by the immense blackness. As they shuffled deeper, the walls of the cave seemed to press in on them, the air growing thick and heavy. And then they heard it. From somewhere in the deep, the death song began again. It started low, a soft, rhythmic chant, but it grew steadily in volume and intensity until it was a booming, deafening chorus that echoed off the walls and vibrated in their chests. Panic began to ripple down the line, but there was nowhere to go. They were deep inside, trapped in the dark, with that horrible sound. The lead warrior held on as tightly as he could, trying to be an anchor of calm for the others. He tried to keep moving forward. But then, he felt it. The hand of the man in front of him, the leader of the line, suddenly went slack. It just slipped out of his grasp. The lead warrior lunged forward into the blackness, his hand grabbing at empty air. The man was gone. There was no scream, no sound of a fall, nothing. He had simply vanished. The lead warrior was now at the front of the line. He wanted to stop, to scream for everyone to turn back, but he felt a strange, irresistible force pulling him forward, deeper into the cave. It was a compulsion he couldn't fight. And then, to his absolute horror, he felt his own mouth open. He heard his own voice, completely against his will, join the terrible, chanting chorus of the death song. At that moment, chaos erupted. The human chain broke. People screamed in terror, letting go of each other, turning and scrambling blindly back towards where they thought the entrance was. It was a stampede of pure panic in the suffocating darkness. Minutes later, the survivors stumbled out of the cave, gasping and crying, blinking in the daylight. The tribal chief, who had remained outside, rushed to calm them. He quickly did a head count, and his heart sank. Over a dozen more people were gone. They had not come out. And the cave, which moments before had been filled with screams and the sound of the death song, was once again completely, unnervingly silent. The chief now knew, for certain, there was an evil spirit in that cave, something that fed on his people. He made a solemn declaration. No one from their tribe would ever step foot in that place again. They could not lose anyone else. The cave was not a place of mystery. It was a tomb. And so, they sealed it. They worked for hours, rolling massive boulders, piling rocks and dirt, until the entrance was completely blocked, hidden from the world forever. Centuries passed. The story of the cave that swallowed warriors was passed down from generation to generation. For the Ho-Chunk people, it became a legend, a terrifying campfire story to warn children about the dangers of the woods. Many who heard it wondered if it was real, or just folklore meant to scare them. They would never know for sure. Fast forward to the year 1930. A man named Paul Seifert, a well-known antique dealer in Richland County, Wisconsin, had a passion for hiking and history. He loved to explore the deep woods, searching for indigenous artifacts left behind by tribes like the Ho-Chunk Nation. One day, while hiking far off any established trail, he came across a secluded ravine. He climbed down, and on the far side, he noticed a strange pile of rocks. It looked unnatural, like a man-made mound, covered in moss and overgrown with grass. His curiosity got the better of him. He walked over and started pulling some of the rocks away. He quickly realized this was no random pile. These boulders had been placed here deliberately for a reason. After clearing away enough of them, he uncovered what they were hiding, the dark opening to a cave. He knew he had found something special. It took a lot more work, but he finally managed to create an opening just big enough to squeeze through. He was sure that a sealed cave like this must hold incredible artifacts inside. He went home and gathered supplies, including a strong lantern, and returned another day. He squeezed through the opening he'd made and entered the cave. He walked down the initial passage until he came to the sharp right turn. He followed it, and soon the ceiling began to get lower and lower, forcing him to crouch. He was so determined to see what was inside that he kept going. Even when the passage became so tight, he had to crawl on his belly, pushing the lantern ahead of him. Just as he was about to turn back, thinking it was a dead end, he slid under one last low-hanging rock, and the space suddenly opened up. He stood up and held his lantern high. He was in a massive, cathedral-like cavern. The beam of his lantern cut through the darkness, and what he saw made him freeze. The floor of the cavern was covered with human skeletons. But they weren't scattered about. They were arranged in dozens of neat, orderly rows. And they were all positioned in the exact same way, kneeling, with their arms stretched out over their heads as if they were bowing or praying in unison. There were so many of them he couldn't even begin to count them all. He stood there in stunned silence, his light trembling in his hand. He slowly moved the beam of the lantern in the direction that all the skeletons were facing. And there, at the far end of the cavern, he saw what they were all bowing to. Carved directly out of the stone wall of the cave was an enormous, imposing chair. A throne. And the throne was empty. The sight of those kneeling skeletons and that vacant throne filled Paul Seifert with a deep primal fear. He forgot all about artifacts. He forgot about history. He just knew he had to get out. He turned and scrambled back through the narrow passage as fast as he could, not looking back, and fled the cave. He later told his incredible story to a journalist at the Milwaukee Journal, and it was published, creating a permanent record of his discovery. But the article, and Paul's account, left the world with two chilling, unanswered questions. What truly happened to all of those people inside that cave? And more importantly, who, or what, was sitting on that throne? We may never know what happened to those warriors inside the cave. But one question still remains. Who were all those skeletons bowing to? Until next time. 2011. This is the year in question. Heike Dorse and Stefan Ramin, a young couple from Germany, discovered that life was full of wonderful events. They met each other and began their journey together. What they have accomplished over the course of the previous 3 years is something that the bulk of us can only conceive about currently. The mundane existence that they had been leading, including their jobs, their apartments, and everything else, had been completely disregarded by them during their entire lives. As soon as they had gathered all of their necessities, they made their way on board Stefan's catamaran, which was an incredible vessel that would eventually become their place of residence. In spite of the fact that it appeared to be straightforward, their method was extremely ambitious. They were going to sail across the world according to the plan. They carried out this activity for a period of 3 years in a certain fashion. They experienced storms that tested their bravery and saw beaches that looked like paintings. They enjoyed a life of perfect freedom on the vast water where they did not have to worry about anything. They also endured storms that tested their bravery and tested their resolve. It was a dream that they both shared and that they were experiencing every single day. It was a retreat of the highest order they could possibly imagine. As a result, on the 30th of August in 2011, they made the discovery that they were sailing in a route that was southwesterly from the Galapagos Islands and that they had arrived in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. During this particular instance, they had been at sea for an extended period of time without any interruptions. For 17 consecutive days, there was not a single view of land. There was not even a single peak. Over the course of time, the globe had morphed into a vast expanse of blue sky and blue sea that never seemed to end. On the deck of the catamaran, Heike was simply basking in the warmth of the sun and taking pleasure in the sensation of the waves softly rocking against the coast. She was loving the experience. Very little noise could be heard. This was the typical behavior for them. The silence that had been present was abruptly broken by the voice of Stefan. He merely cried out one word, and that was, "Land to the world." In order to shield her eyes from the bright light, Heike sat up and started staring in the direction of the horizon, which was the direction that Stefan was pointing. It looked to be nothing more than a thin, dark line at first. However, as they got closer, the shapes became more apparent. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a thin line. Out in the distance, she was able to make out the contours of mountainous islands that were rocky and green, and they rose up out of the ocean. After spending so many days surrounded by nothing but water, it was a sight that will leave you gasping for air with its breathtaking beauty. An examination was conducted on the Marquesas Islands, which are a group of islands that are located in French Polynesia and are considered to be a remote archipelago. As Heike watched the islands continue to expand in size, she couldn't help but feel a smile spreading across her face. Following the passage of some time, she recalled that she was unable to stop smiling for no apparent reason. The location seemed to be a paradise in the real world, a world that had been lost to the passage of time, and she was brimming with delight at the idea of finally stepping onto solid ground once more than she had been in a very long time. The Marquesas Islands are a chain of around 15 volcanic islands that are not your typical vacation site. This is in contrast to other tourist attractions, particularly those that are more typical. On the other hand, in contrast to the postcards that show French Polynesia, these islands do not have the spacious beaches with white sand and the quiet lagoons that are a bright blue color. The way in which these islands existed was one of a kind. They were rocky, dramatic, and had a hue that was incredibly green. Additionally, they had mountain peaks that were jagged and appeared to cut through the clouds. The color of the water was not the tranquil turquoise that people normally anticipate seeing in the water around them. Rather, it was a deep, dark blue. In spite of this, the circumstances could not have been more favorable for both Heike and Stefan. They were not interested in finding resorts or tourist traps on their list of prospective discoveries. Over the course of their journey, they had set sail across the globe in quest of genuine experiences with the objective of building genuine ties with ethnic groups from all over the world. In addition, it was discovered that the Marquesas Islands were the perfect place to carry out the activity in issue. The presence of a significant number of people hailing from other nations was something that they were not comfortable with. Because tourists were so uncommon in the region, Heike and Stefan were welcomed with open arms and genuine curiosity when they arrived. This was due to the uncommon occurrence of travelers in the area. They were quickly accepted by the community, and they were welcomed with open arms. This took very little time. They were fortunate enough to earn invites to cookouts on the beach where they entertained local families with their tales and shared meals with them. People who resided on the island taught Stefan how to spearfish in the traditional fashion, and he took to the activity with an enthusiasm that was infectious. Stefan's enthusiasm was contagious. On a certain occasion, they were extended an invitation to participate in a lavish dinner by a family that lived in the area. They had been treated as if they were their own children, and they were surrounded by the happiness of children and the sensitivity of a family that had shown them affection. During their time together, Heike and Stefan were seated on the floor and enjoying a delectable dish that they had never tried before. Exactly what they had been hoping for all along was to have that happen. They went through the Marquesas for a total of 6 wonderful weeks, during which time they visited a series of breathtaking islands before making their way back to the mainland. They were knowledgeable about the culture of the region, they made new friends, and they felt as though they had found a place that they could call their second home. On the other hand, as their time in French Polynesia was drawing to a close, they became conscious of the fact that there was still one island in the chain of 15 that they had not yet visited. The island in question was simply referred to by its name, Nuku Hiva. They were unable to leave without having the chance to experience it because it was regarded for being the largest and most dramatic of all the Marquesas, and they were unable to go without having those opportunities. The day before they were scheduled to leave the islands for good, they made the decision to make one last stop before beginning their journey. This decision was reached on the day before they were planned to leave. They had just started sail on their catamaran in the direction of Nuku Hiva when they came to a tranquil location where they could drop anchor. As they looked in the direction of the shore, they became aware of a peculiar silence that seemed to envelop the entire area. There were no other boats to be located in the bay at any time and place. Unfortunately, there was not a single fisherman who could be found casting their nets. On the beach, there were no people playing in the sand, and there were also no children running around and having fun. It was completely devoid of everything. The place was completely devoid of any people, and the atmosphere was almost spooky. This specific island was devoid of any silence, which was a striking contrast to the lively and friendly atmosphere that prevailed on the other islands that they had visited. I had the impression that they had arrived in a region that had been abandoned for quite some time. Their inherent inquisitiveness ultimately triumphed and triumphed. They hauled their tiny dinghy to the coast and brought it up onto the beach where they were standing. They were standing on the beach. After passing over the sand dunes, they came upon a short route that would eventually take them into the dense, verdant forest. By virtue of the fact that they were explorers, they were incapable of putting up any resistance. There was a need for them to discover where it led them. While they continued to go down the road, the sounds of the jungle were getting closer and closer to them. They were getting closer and closer to the jungle. The air was thick and humid, and it was filled with the buzzing of insects and the calls of birds that could not be seen. The air was filled with the sounds of birds. After continuing to travel down the narrow track for almost 15 minutes, the path gradually opened up into a small clearing. In the middle of the clearing, there was a people's hamlet that gave off the impression of being slightly unusual. In order to put together a small collection of abandoned shacks that were arranged in a collection, wood and corrugated metal were utilized all throughout the process. On the other hand, I had a difficult time discerning whether or not there was actually anyone living there. There was a feeling of desolation in the air, as if the people who lived there had only left a few years ago due to the fact that they had abandoned their homes. Nothing that could be considered proof of life could be found. There was no smoke emanating from any of the shacks, there were no noises, and there was nada. The two individuals, Heike and Stefan, stood there for a brief amount of time, taking in their surroundings and feeling as though they were intruding on a site that had been forgotten. And then they turned their attention to him. Further along the path, beyond the collection of shacks that were dispersed along the path, there was a man who was standing in the middle of the road, The fact that he was a very large and well-built guy was not reflected in the fact that he was not wearing a shirt. Although he was standing quite still next to a horse, he was merely looking at them in a straightforward manner. He was retaining his position very still. There was no indication that he was calling out to them or waving at them. No smile can be seen on his face. While he was merely observing them, the look on his face was absolutely blank and made it impossible to decipher it. When I saw him standing there, he was so completely silent and focused on what he was doing that it was a little unnerving. As a consequence of that, a shiver ran down each and every one of their spines. However, after a brief pause, they came to the realization that the most polite thing to do would be to approach the individual and introduce themselves to them. They were the ones who had entered his area, and it was highly possible that one of his communities was located here. At the end of the day, they were the ones who made the transition. Next, they made their way over to the individual in question. After they had gone through the process of introducing themselves to one another, he disclosed to them the name of Arihano. He confirmed that he did, in fact, live in the village. He was the one who conducted the verification. By working together, they were able to carry on a conversation that was a combination of their weak French and his. Overall, it turned out to be pleasant enough, despite the fact that it was a little weird. They exchanged a few pleasantries with one another, during which time they talked about their backgrounds and the activities that they were taking part in while they were on the island. At one point in time, throughout the course of the conversation, Stefan posed a question to Arihano that was completely unanticipated and served as a reaction to the circumstances that were taking place. A goat hunt was something that he was interested in, so he inquired about the potential of Arihano being willing to be his guide. Over the course of several weeks, Stefan had been discussing this topic, which was something that a significant number of the indigenous males on the Marquesas Islands engaged in. A significant number of the men in the community participated in the customary activity of going on a goat hunt. He was completely enthralled by the idea, and he longed to have the opportunity to experience it himself before they left with their own destination. Arihano gave a thunderous affirmative response in a single millisecond, indicating unanimous agreement. His role was intended to be that of a guide. There was a degree of astonishment that Heike experienced as a result of the sudden thought that Stefan had conceived. The fact that he desired to go on a hunt was something that she was aware of. Nevertheless, she did not anticipate that it would occur in such an unexpected manner with a complete stranger whom they had just met. They were informed that she would not be able to accomplish the work since she did not feel like trekking through the dense jungle in order to chase after goats. She explained that she did not feel like doing so. Her remarks were, "You two go, and I'll head back and wait for you at the boat." After that, she departed. As a consequence of this, Heike performed a U-turn and started walking back down the forest route in the same direction that they had emerged from earlier. She gave her back a single, conclusive look as she walked away from the scene. It was at that moment that she became aware of Stefan and Arihano walking together, the two of them traveling along a different path that headed further into the jungle. She maintained a close eye on them until the thick growth surrounding them covered them, at which point they disappeared from view. After making her way back to the breathtaking beach, which was devoid of any people, Heike eventually arrived. The anticipation that Stefan would come back in a few hours prompted her to make herself comfortable in preparation for a peaceful afternoon together. A towel was spread out in front of her, and she sat back, relaxed, and took delight in the peace and quiet while listening to the sound of the waves crashing on the coast. The amount of time that had passed continued to drag on. When the hour had passed, it was already 2, and then it was 3. The sun started to move lower in the sky, which led to the production of long shadows on the beach, which were caused by the sun's descent. As time went on, she started to feel a very little knot of worry growing in her gut. She was concerned about something. As far as she was aware, she had not heard anything. In addition, neither Stefan nor Arihano could be discovered anywhere in the bush, which was completely silent. She started to have some anxiety, and she started walking up and down the beach while concurrently looking over the edge of the bush. She was beginning to feel a bit uneasy. The moment she became aware of a noise, she was on the verge of experiencing actual panic, which was the culmination of her anxiety. There was a voice that could be heard coming from the direction opposite the lake. Upon raising her gaze, she became aware of a small boat that was approaching the bay from the direction of the rocky point. This was Arihano's fault in the first place. Despite the fact that he was the only person in his boat, he was frantically flailing his arms and yelling for her in French. He was the only person in his boat. Despite the fact that she was unable to correctly pronounce all of the words, she was still able to understand what was being spoken. He was yelling out the information that there had been an accident when he made the statement. She was required to accompany Stefan as quickly as possible because he had incurred an injury and she was required to travel with him. Immediately, without giving it a second thought, Heike's heart dropped and she forgot about all of the earlier anxiety that she had been experiencing. Panic took grip of the situation. Without even giving a second thought to the possibility that she may be wet, she sprinted into the water immediately. She was able to slip herself other Hanno's small dinghy, and he started the engine of the boat without any delay. They hurriedly made their way back around the curve in the bay, heading in the direction of wherever it appeared that he and Stefan had been. After a period of time, the boat landed at a beach that was so little that it was hidden from view in the distance. It was a tiny stretch of sand that was pressed up against a wall of dense woodland. That was the situation. As soon as the boat made touch with the land, Heike emerged from the water and jumped out. Her mind were racing as she ran headfirst into the jungle, and she did so with enthusiasm. The sound of her voice boomed across the forest and the trees as she started calling Stefan's name. The question is, Stefan, where exactly are you, Stefan? In reaction to this, there was no response. The only sounds that could be heard were her own muddled calls and the rustling of the leaves. Everything else was completely silent. She had no idea where to even begin looking for anything. She was absolutely clueless. She continued to turn around to Arihano, who had followed her onto the beach, and she continued to ask him, where is he? What happened to him for a considerable amount of time? She followed him onto the beach. Arihano, on the other hand, was not supplying her with any answers that were completely evident. He was behaving in a manner that was eerily silent and elusive, and all he was doing was whispering things that were beyond anyone's scope of comprehension. Heike persisted in pushing further into the jungle, despite the fact that she was experiencing feelings of both annoyance and fear. She was yelling even louder than she had been before, and her voice was piercing with the desperation that she was feeling. There has been no deviation. The whole absence of sound was excruciatingly loud. It was finally far too much for her to handle. Arihano was confronted by her, and she demanded that he explain what was going on and show her where Stefan was. She abruptly turned around to confront him. She insisted that he reveal the whereabouts of Stefan to her first. However, as she turned to face him, she discovered that the words were stuck in her throat when she attempted to speak. She was able to take in the sight of him standing right in front of her. In addition to that, he was pointing a gun in her way, specifically direct at her face. Instinct took over the issue almost immediately after it manifested itself. Within a fraction of a second, Heike stretched her hand and grabbed the barrel of the rifle, making an effort to pull it away from her. They were able to detect his attempt to pull the trigger, and she heard the click, but the gun did not fire. She was able to perceive his attempt. Having the safety feature activated, it had merely been a matter of a minute technical issue that had prevented her from being hurt. They were engaged in a furious and horrible struggle for the weapon in the heart of the woods, where there was full and utter quiet. Nevertheless, Arihano was noticeably larger and more strong than the other. Rapidly, he was able to exert his authority over her. When he had finished wrestling her to the ground, he immediately began to restrain her before she even had a chance to realize what was going on. She was detained by having her wrists and ankles tied, and then he dragged her to a nearby tree, where he tied her to the tree by pulling a rope over her neck. He left her there until he was finished with her. He then turned around and simply walked away, disappearing back into the bush. He left her completely to her own devices and unable to do anything to help her condition. He did not speak a single word as he went away. When she was left tied to the tree, her heart was pounding so hard that it was pounding in her chest. There, Heike was left behind. She flinched in response to the sounds of the jungle, which led her to react. Within her head, she was very certain that Arihana would return at any moment to finish the mission that she had assigned to him. As a result of the trauma, I was entirely overpowered. After some time had passed, she stated her desire that he had simply shot her back when he had the ability to do so during those specific instances. She shared this desire at a later time. The horrible worry that came with waiting, the misery that came from not knowing what was going to happen, was 1,000 times worse than a swift conclusion could have been. During the time that Arihana was not present, she struggled against the ropes and made numerous courageous attempts to break free of the constraints that she was under. Having said that, they were not exactly loose. In spite of her best efforts, she was unable to loosen the rope that was wrapped around her neck, which was forcing her to choke. They were able to capture her. Arihana miraculously reappeared at just the moment when she was sitting there, struggling in a state of dread. Nevertheless, he did not offer any remarks. When he merely approached her and hit her, he committed a cruel and unintentional act of violence. He did this without intending to do so. After then, he turned around and went once more, and his way of departure was just as odd as his presence. Incomprehensible and unbearable was the psychological suffering that was experienced not more than a few hours from now. It was... After the sun had set, the jungle was covered in a profound and terrifying blackness. This darkness lasted till the morning. Heike was still tethered to the tree, her body throbbing and her head spinning from the terror she was experiencing. She was still bound to the tree. After some time had passed, she became conscious of the light that was coming from a flashlight, which was able to penetrate the darkness. Arihana's return was a necessity at this point. After approaching her once more, he struck her a couple more times before departing. He then walked away. Nevertheless, this time around, a different event transpired than the previous one. Because he struck her with such carelessness, some of the restraints that she was wearing were accidentally released. This was an unintentional consequence of his action. In spite of the fact that there was only a few minor adjustments, it was adequate. Heike immediately began working frantically at the ropes that were now loosening around her wrists and her neck as soon as he stepped out into the woods for the second time. She became increasingly concerned about the situation. She was able to sense that they were beginning to give way in the end. She was not restrained in any way. Despite the fact that she had no idea where Arihana was standing, she was conscious of the fact that she needed to get away. She got to her feet in a manner that was both quiet and deliberately deliberate. As soon as she took her first step, she became aware of a rustle coming from the area beneath the trees. This rustle was coming from the direction of the trees. When a beam of light from a flashlight suddenly went on and directed in her direction, it was around a couple of 100 yards away from her. This was Arihana's fault in the first place. The movement of her was not lost on him. Considering the circumstances, there was no time to do so. The moment you read this, Heike has just started to run. As she continued to crash through the dense jungle, she ran as fast as she could at full speed and as swiftly as she could. She did not care that branches and thorns were tearing at her flesh and cutting at her face. She was unconcerned about the situation. She was making an effort to flee in order to save her life. On that particular evening, she was fortunate enough to have a full moon visible in the sky. As a result of the moonlight that was able to pass through the canopy, she was able to see with the appropriate level of illumination. Even though she was surrounded by trees, she was able to pick out the faint shimmer of water that was visible through the forest. The distance to the beach was not that great. When she wanted to escape, she just made a beeline for the ocean, which was a metaphor of her yearning to escape. She took a moment to look in the opposite direction as she emerged from the woodland and onto the beach. She did this in order to have a better look at what was going on. As the flashlight that Arihano was using progressed deeper and deeper into the bush, she was able to recognize the light beam that was emerging from it. At first glance, it seemed as though he had reversed his course, probably because he was under the impression that she had escaped in a different manner. It had been decided by him that he would not continue the chase for the time being. She looked out at the water of the bay in a frenetic manner as she battled to recover her breath. She was experiencing a lot of difficulty. During the course of the moonlight, she was able to observe her very own catamaran, which was their place of residence the entire time. Swimming and wading were the means by which she made her way out to it, and her entire body was crying in misery and exhaustion as she did so. Immediately after she boarded the ship, she became aware of the tasks that she needed to complete. She made the call by snatching the satellite phone that the couple had, which was a device that they had on hand only in the event that they needed to use it in an emergency situation. It was reported to the authorities that all that had taken place had been reported, and she informed them of the situation. The fact that her husband Stefan had disappeared, in addition to the fact that a man named Arihano had assaulted her and was still present on the island of Nukuhiva, were both factors that contributed to her disappearance. An exhaustive search was started very immediately after the word was released. They started looking for any sign of Stefan and the person who had attacked Heike on the island. They went through the entire island. The search was initially conducted jointly by the local volunteers and the police. The first few days passed without them making any discoveries, and they did not find anything. Arihano and Stefan had both vanished without a trace, and that was the case. There was no sign of Arihano. With every passing hour, the prospect of finding Stefan still alive appeared to be a little bit less and less hopeful. To add insult to injury, after 3 days of looking, they stumbled across a discovery that was both horrifying and horrible. Understanding what they found requires having a fundamental comprehension of the history of the Marquesas Island. This is important in order to comprehend what they found. The islands were used as a place of abode for Marquesan warriors for a considerable amount of time, beginning from the 12th century and continuing to the present day. In the South Pacific, they were known for being among the most vicious and violent warriors in the region, and their reputation extended throughout the entire region. This reputation spread throughout the Southern Pacific. In addition to that, they were well known for something else they were famous for. They adopted a cannibalistic lifestyle. Throughout the course of history, this method was widely used on the island of Nukuhiva, which was also the island where Stefan had disappeared without a trace. No one in the Marquesas had ever engaged in the practice of cannibalism, according to historians and people alike who were in complete agreement with this statement. The method, which was still in use today, was a remnant from a harsh age that occurred a very long time ago. Around that time, people were under the impression that it had vanished completely, all the way up until the year 2011. As a result of the circumstances, it was discovered that Arihano was a descendant of these ancient warriors. He considered himself to be a Marquesas class warrior as he thought of himself. In addition, when he made contact with Stefan Ramin, he arrived at the realization that it was time to bring back the tradition that had been practiced for a very long time. A timeline of the tragic events that occurred was pieced together during the course of the investigation. Since Heike had turned around and walked back to the shore, leaving Stefan and Arihano to continue their search, the situation had become exceedingly perilous almost immediately after she had done so. Arellano had assaulted Stephen, who had been injured. Arellano began to make a large campfire after tying him up, and Stefan gazed in absolute and complete terror as he watched. The officials who later located the spot reported that the remnants of the fire were enormous, 3 times larger than any average campfire that they had ever seen. They stated that the fire had been a devastating event. In a subsequent instance, Arellano recalled how he saw Stefan's pulse in his neck pulsating with anxiety while he was creating the pyre. This occurred while Stefan was under the influence of anxiousness. Afterwards, Arellano shot Stefan and then he threw his body onto the building. Stefan was killed. The authorities were eventually successful in catching Arellano after a period of time had passed. He was put on trial for the murder of Stefan Ramin, and he was determined to be responsible for the crime being committed. On the other hand, there was one thing that he would never, under any circumstances, admit to at any point throughout his trial or during his interrogations. There was never a single instance in which he came forth and unambiguously said that he had consumed pieces of Stefan. Forensic scientists were unable to determine, based on the charred remains, the proportion of Stefan's body that had been devoured by the flames, as opposed to the proportion that could have been consumed by his murderer. This was because of the devastating fire that had taken place earlier. On the other side, for the entirety of the investigation, Heike, the police, the prosecutors, and virtually everyone else who was involved in the case entertained a profound and horrifying suspicion. Not only did they have a strong suspicion that Arellano had murdered Stefan, but they also believed that he had cannibalized him in a ritualistic fashion, reviving a horrifying practice that had been extinct for a very long time in the most horrific form that could possibly be imagined. Stefan's ideal of adventure turned out to be a nightmare, and Heike was left to live with the memory of what had happened in that dark jungle on the island of Paradise. Heike was left to live with the memory of what had happened. I want to express my gratitude for your presence here today. If you watched the program that was broadcast today, I would appreciate it if you could share your ideas with me in the comments area. Also, bear in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime waiting for you to watch in one sitting right now. You may watch all of these episodes in one sitting till the next time we meet again. What's going on? One afternoon in February of 2007, a man walked nervously across an icy parking lot. He was heading towards the front door of a police station in Merrillville, Indiana. This man had just been arrested, and he was being brought in for processing. But he had this hope, a strong belief, really, that he wouldn't be there for long. He thought he'd be allowed to leave almost immediately. And that's because he had a piece of information, a huge piece of information, about a murder case that had been cold for 4 years. He was planning to trade this information for his own freedom. And even though he was a little nervous it might not work, deep down, he was pretty confident it would. Because this wasn't just some small tip he was offering. This was a bombshell that would blow the whole case wide open. On the afternoon of the 17th of April, 2003, a 33-year-old man named John Parker Jr. was sitting at his desk. He was in his office at J&J Parker Industries, right there in Merrillville, Indiana. He was trying to get through a stack of paperwork, and he was really hoping for just a few minutes of uninterrupted quiet time to finish it. In John's world, finding a few quiet minutes was a rare thing. John was the owner of J&J, which was a consulting company. They trained people on how to sell high-end vacuums. Now, vacuums might not sound very glamorous, but John's company was incredibly successful, and running it was a massive amount of work. He was constantly on his feet, managing a team of about 25 employees, solving one problem after another. He almost never got a quiet moment to sit down and do things like paperwork. And even though John would sometimes complain about how busy he was, the truth is, he loved it. He had always been a hard worker, a real go-getter. He actually started out in the vacuum business as a door-to-door salesman. And back then, everyone told him there was no real money to be made in vacuums. But John was determined to prove them wrong, and he did. He was so good at sales, so naturally talented, that he made his first $1 million by the time he was just 30 years old. And now, just a few years later, he had his own company that taught other people how to be just as successful as he was. But right now, as John was trying to focus on his paperwork, his desk phone started ringing. He let out a little sigh and picked it up. It was his wife, Judy. She was calling to remind him about their daughter's homework. She'd left it in his office a couple of days ago, and Judy asked him if he could please remember to bring it home with him that night. John was about to tell her that this was the second time she had reminded him about the homework today, but he caught himself. He decided not to say anything. Because right now, things between them were actually pretty good. Their relationship was on solid ground, and he didn't want to do anything to mess that up. John and Judy had been married for 10 years. She wasn't just his partner in life, she was his partner in business, too. Judy was the second J in J&J Parker Industries. Together, they were raising 4 kids. To the outside world, John and Judy looked like the perfect power couple. They were happy, successful, and had a beautiful family. But the reality was a lot more complicated than that. About a year before this, Judy had had an affair. And at the time, John had been completely devastated. But he really loved his family, and he wanted to give their marriage another chance. They had been living in Michigan when the affair happened, and they both agreed that moving the business to Merrillville, Indiana, which was where John was originally from, would be a good way to get a fresh start. And so far, it seemed like they had made the right decision. The business was thriving, things were looking up for them financially, and most importantly, John and Judy were getting along again. They were trying to rebuild their trust. So, instead of getting annoyed at his wife for the reminder about the homework, he just said, sure. He told her he'd grab it and that he would see her later for their date night. As soon as John hung up the phone with Judy, there was a knock on his office door. His office manager, a man named Barry Jones, came charging in holding a bunch of files. Barry dropped them right on John's desk and said he was sorry to interrupt, but he needed a signature right away. It was the final termination paperwork for an employee John had recently fired. The employee's name was Derek Hall. About a week earlier, John had made the tough decision to let Derek go. It wasn't anything personal against Derek, he just wasn't a good fit for the company. He couldn't seem to keep up with the sales quotas, and John had very high standards for his employees. That's how he'd become a millionaire in the first place, by setting a high bar and meeting it. But Derek hadn't taken the firing well. He seemed to think it was John's fault, that John had a personal vendetta against him. Derek had actually shown up at the J&J office and made a big scene in the parking lot. He was yelling that John had shorted him hundreds of dollars on his last paycheck. John had tried to calm the situation down, to talk to Derek rationally, but Derek had gotten physical and actually attacked him. It got so bad that the police had to be called to separate them before it got any uglier. In the end, John had just paid Derek the money he was demanding. He didn't want the drama. He just wanted the whole thing to be over with. And that's why, right now, he was quickly scribbling his signature on the termination paperwork and handing it back to Barry. He was hoping that this would be the absolute last time he would ever have to see or even think about Derek Hall again. After work, around 6 p.m., John drove home. His house was only about a 15-minute drive from the office. When he got inside, he heard Judy call down from upstairs. She said she'd be ready for their date night soon. He yelled back that there was no rush, and he meant it. You see, just a little over an hour earlier, his older brother David had met him at the office. The two of them had gone to a buffet together for a late lunch. So, John wasn't really hungry at all anymore. But he knew that this dinner with Judy was more about spending time together and reconnecting than it was about the food. So, he wasn't going to say anything about his earlier meal. John walked into the living room where his 4 kids were watching TV. There was his one 7-year-old daughter, Christina, her one 5-year-old brother, Daniel, and their 2 younger sisters. The 2 older kids were going to babysit the younger ones tonight, so he and Judy could have their night out. But when John tried to start a conversation with them, both Christina and Daniel just gave him the cold shoulder. They barely even looked at him. Now, for any other parent, this might just seem like typical teenage behavior. But for John, it felt more complicated than that. Christina and Daniel were actually his stepkids. John had been in their lives since they were very young, and he had always considered himself to be their real dad. He had tried so hard to be involved. He coached Daniel's baseball team, he went to all the school concerts, he never missed a parent-teacher conference. But recently, his relationship with both of them had changed. It had become strained. And frankly, both kids had started acting out a lot more. Christina was repeatedly throwing parties at their house whenever he and Judy were gone. And Daniel was becoming more and more combative. He was hanging out with a group of friends who seemed to be constantly in trouble with the law. And this was creating a lot of conflict in the house, specifically between them and John. Because John was the one who tried to enforce the rules and discipline them. Judy, on the other hand, always seemed to play the good cop, letting things slide. But John knew that trying to force a conversation with them right now wouldn't get him anywhere. So he just sat down quietly, and they all watched TV in silence until Judy came downstairs and announced she was ready to go. Hours later, just before 10 p.m., John and Judy left the restaurant. They got in their car and started driving back towards John's office at J&J Parker Industries. The office was located in an office park in a pretty secluded area. The two of them had had a really nice dinner. They had talked and seemed to be connecting. But during the meal, Christina had called. She wanted to know where that homework was, the homework John was supposed to bring home. And John, feeling a wave of embarrassment, suddenly realized that despite all of Judy's reminders, the same ones he was getting annoyed by earlier, he had completely forgotten the homework at the office. So that's why they were here now, making a stop to pick it up on their way home. John pulled the car into the parking lot, and they both got out. When they walked into the building, they found that the office manager, Barry, was still there, hard at work. John wasn't too surprised by this. Things had been really busy lately. They were planning new training seminars and trying to find a new hire to replace Derek. And Barry was the one in charge of keeping everything organized. John didn't feel too bad about Barry putting in all these extra hours. It was his job, after all, and the whole company relied on him to make sure nothing important slipped through the cracks. So, when Barry mentioned to John that he was actually thinking about heading home soon, John told him no. At that same moment, John saw Judy grab the homework off his desk. She gave a little wave and then hustled back out to the car. As he watched her go, John turned back to Barry and told him he was sorry, but he really needed him to stay and finish what he was working on. It was important. But then, to try and soften the blow of this bad news, John offered Barry his leftovers from dinner. He had a basically untouched, full meal in a to-go box since he hadn't been hungry. Barry kind of grumbled about having to stay, but he said he would take the food if John was offering. So John nodded and went back outside to the car to get it for him. Moments later, John was back at the car where Judy was waiting in the passenger seat. He opened the back door and picked up the styrofoam to-go box. When Judy looked over her shoulder at him, he told her he was just going to run the food back inside to Barry. She just shrugged and said, "Fine," then turned back around to face the front. But right at that exact moment, as John was closing the car door, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps on the concrete coming up right behind him. But before he even had a chance to turn around and see who it was, he heard a deafening bang. Judy heard the bang too. It was immediately followed by a second one. Her instincts took over and she ducked down in her seat. Then she looked back towards John just in time to see him fall hard to the ground. Before she could even process what was happening, before she could scream or move, she saw a person. They were dressed in dark clothes and wearing a mask. The person crouched over John's body for just a few seconds, and then they sprinted away from the car, running towards the main road and disappearing into the darkness. Judy scrambled out of the car and ran to John's side, screaming his name. But he just lay there, on the cold pavement, completely still. And then she saw it. A huge pool of dark blood was spreading out from underneath his head. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Judy ran back to the office door and screamed at the top of her lungs for Barry to call the police. By about 10:30 that night, the parking lot at J&J Parker Industries was a swarm of flashing blue and red lights. It was overrun with police officers and crime scene technicians. Among them was a man named Detective Donald Toth. He'd been with the Merrillville Police Department for 21 years. When he first got the call, dispatch had only told him there had been a shooting. But as soon as he arrived on the scene, a first responder pulled him aside and told him that it was actually a fatality. The victim was 33-year-old John Parker Jr. He had been identified by the other two witnesses who were still at the scene. The first responder also explained that before they spoke to any witnesses, they had tried to find John's wallet to identify him. But the wallet wasn't in any of his pockets, and it wasn't in the car. When Toth heard that, his first immediate thought was that this was probably a robbery. But as soon as he walked over and got a closer look at John, he immediately started to question that theory. John was lying on his back behind his parked car. And the first thing Toth noticed was that John was wearing a lot of very nice, very expensive jewelry. He had gold and diamond rings on his fingers, a heavy bracelet on his wrist, and a very expensive-looking Rolex watch. Also, this office park was in a remote area. It wasn't close to anything. It just didn't seem like the kind of place where a random mugger would hang out hoping to find a victim. Toth started to wonder if maybe the killer took the wallet just to throw the police off, to make them think it was a robbery. Because the longer he looked at John's body, the more signs he saw that this was likely a planned and efficient execution. John didn't have any visible defensive wounds, which suggested he never saw it coming. And when Toth carefully used a gloved hand to move John's head to the side, he saw the gunshot wound. It was right behind his ear. Toth had actually worked as a paramedic before he became a detective, so he knew from experience that a shot like that had likely killed John instantly. It also meant that John had his back turned to the shooter when he died. There was an open styrofoam to-go container of food on the ground and a set of car keys right next to John's body. The way they were placed on the pavement made it look like John had probably been holding them when he fell. If John had been in some kind of altercation, like a struggle with a thief or a fight that ended in murder, the scene would have been much messier. As far as Toth could tell, the killer had simply walked up to John while he was distracted at his car, aimed the gun, pulled the trigger, and then, after John was on the ground, grabbed his wallet and just left. This also meant the killer very likely had not been at the scene long enough to leave behind much evidence. All Toth and his team could find were 2 shell casings on the ground. He doubted they would find any useful footprints or any DNA. And when Toth spoke to some of the other officers at the scene, he learned they had already done a sweep of the entire office park. They had looked in all the dumpsters, checked the bushes, and even looked on the roofs of the buildings. But they hadn't found anything. And there were no security cameras or surveillance systems anywhere in the area. So, as Toth stood there in the middle of the parking lot, watching his officers continue to search, he had a sinking realization. He was now the lead detective on a murder case with virtually no forensic evidence. That was a daunting position to be in, but he reminded himself that he did have at least 2 witnesses. About an hour later, Toth was sitting across a table from John Parker's wife, Judy, inside an interrogation room at the Merrillville police station. He'd learned a few basic things about Judy already. She was the one who had told Barry to call the police, and she was with John when he was shot. He also knew that as the spouse of a murder victim, she was automatically his #1 suspect. Now, Toth didn't really think Judy was the one who had pulled the trigger. But given how clean the crime scene was, he knew it was possible this was a professional hit. And if that was the case, Judy could have been the one who hired the killer. But as Toth started to speak with Judy, he began to waver on that theory. She couldn't stop crying. It was making it hard for her to even get her words out. And when she did manage to speak, her voice was slow and quiet, like it was taking every ounce of her energy just to say anything at all. She did manage to give Toth the timeline of the evening. She told him how she and John had gone out to dinner for their date night, and then they had stopped by the office afterward because one of their daughters had left some homework there. She said the office manager, Barry, had been at the office and that after she went back to the car, she knew that Barry and John were still talking inside. Then, at some point, John had left the building and come out to the car to get his dinner leftovers. She said at that time she had turned away from him for a moment, and that's when she heard the two loud shots. When she turned back around, she saw John fall. And then she saw the figure in dark clothes bending over John before they ran away. However, once Judy finished telling her story about what had happened that night, all the events that led up to the shooting, something in her demeanor shifted. The shakiness in her voice, all the raw grief that had been pouring out of her, it just vanished. In its place, Judy became very stern, very hardened. She looked directly at Toth, right into his eyes, and she said, "You better find the person who did this and bring them to justice." And when Toth saw the sudden change, he almost got goosebumps. It was such a drastic departure from how she had been acting just moments before. And he thought to himself, either she is a fantastic actress and this is all just a big performance, meaning she was involved, or this is genuine. She's a grieving widow who is in shock and doesn't know how to process the fact that her husband has just been murdered in front of her. At some point during the interview, Toth asked Judy if she could think of anyone, absolutely anyone, who might have wanted to hurt John. Judy seemed to think about it for a second, but eventually she just shook her head and said, no. She said that John was an incredible husband and a wonderful father. She said they had a great marriage that they had both worked very hard on and that everyone at work respected him. But then, something seemed to click in her memory. She frowned and said, actually, there was someone from work who didn't like John. His name was Derek, and John had fired him recently. She explained that after the firing, Derek had come back to J&J and started a physical fight with John right there in the parking lot. When Toth heard that, he perked up. A disgruntled former employee was definitely someone he needed to talk to. Toth was scheduled to speak with the office manager, Barry Jones, right after he was done with Judy. So he figured he could ask Barry about that incident as well. Now, Toth wasn't ready to completely rule Judy out as a suspect. He still needed to check her finances and talk to her friends and family about the state of her marriage. But for now, he didn't see any reason to hold her. So he told Judy that she was free to go home and be with her kids, to grieve, and that they would be in touch. Then Toth got up and he left to go to another interrogation room where Barry was waiting for him. The following morning, Toth walked up a flight of porch steps. He was at the home of Derek Hall, the ex-employee that John Parker had recently fired. The night before, Toth had spoken to John's office manager, Barry Jones. Barry had confirmed what Judy had said about Derek. He verified that after Derek was fired, there had been a huge, ugly fight at the office between Derek and John, and that Derek was the one who had started it. It was really the only useful piece of information Barry had given him. Barry claimed that during the actual shooting, he had been in the bathroom, so he hadn't heard or seen anything at all until he heard Judy screaming for him. But the lead on Derek was solid enough for now. And it wasn't just Barry and Judy who thought Derek might have killed John. Just before coming here, Toth had also spoken to John's brother David. David was incredibly devastated and absolutely furious about his brother's death. And David had also pointed the finger directly at Derek. So, Toth was very eager to meet this man, Derek, a man that 3 different people claimed could be a killer. Toth reached the top of the steps and knocked on the front door. When Derek answered, Toth introduced himself and explained why he was there. Derek seemed completely stunned by the news of John's murder, but he immediately let Toth inside. Moments later, Toth was sitting across from Derek in his living room. And even though Derek seemed very uncomfortable and nervous, he told Toth he was actually glad the detective was there. He said he really wanted to give his side of the story. Derek explained that when he started working at J&J, he was given way more work than he had ever expected. And when he couldn't keep up with the workload, he was fired. And then, to make matters worse, John had shorted him $400 on his final paycheck. So, he had gone back to J&J to get the money he felt he was owed. He admitted that it did lead to a physical confrontation, but he insisted they had only pushed each other a bit and that the whole thing had been resolved. He made it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal. But beyond that, Derek insisted that he could not have killed John because he had an alibi. He had spent the entire evening of the murder at a friend's house playing video games. He gave Toth his friend's phone number and said, "Go ahead, call him. He'll confirm everything." Toth tried not to look too disappointed as he wrote down the number. But if this alibi checked out, he would have to rule Derek out as a suspect. Now, it was still possible that Derek had hired someone to kill John, but to Toth, that seemed unlikely. If Derek was that upset over $400, it didn't seem probable that he would have the kind of extra cash needed to pay a hitman. But as Toth left Derek's house and got back into his car, he decided the interview wasn't a total waste of time after all. Because talking to Derek made him realize something. He needed to focus more on John's business life. According to John's brother David, John had gotten rich very young and had built his company very quickly. And in Toth's experience, people who achieve that kind of rapid success often step on a few toes to get to the top. The next day, Toth walked down a hallway at the precinct, heading towards an interrogation room. He had already confirmed Derek's alibi with his friend, so he had to move on to other suspects. And that was fine with Toth because he was about to sit down with his new prime suspect, who happened to be one of his original witnesses. It was John's office manager, Barry Jones. The day before, Toth had gone back to the J&J Parker Industries office. He made it a point to speak to every single employee about John. And what he found out was that, by all accounts, John was a great boss. He pushed his employees to be their best, but he worked just as hard, if not harder, himself. The employees also said that Judy was an essential part of the company and that the Parkers, as a team, were very well respected in the world of vacuum sales. But there was also some office gossip. And this gossip said that their marriage was not as happy as it seemed. It was apparently common knowledge around the office that Judy was having an affair with Barry Jones. A few employees had even claimed they had caught them having sex at the office. Now, neither Barry nor Judy had mentioned any of this the first time Toth had spoken to them. So now, Toth had no idea if anything they had told him was true. Barry could have been lying about being in the bathroom. He could have been the shooter. Or maybe he and Judy were working together and they were both lying to cover their tracks. Toth was leaning towards the second option, because he had also found out that Judy was set to get a very big payday from the death of her husband. She was the beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. And on top of that, John's general estate was worth around $2 million. Maybe, Toth thought, she and Barry wanted to take John's money and run off together. So when Toth walked into the interrogation room, his plan was to basically tell Barry that the investigation was over, that they had caught him in a lie, and they knew what he did. But when Toth sat down and confronted him, Barry did not act like a guilty man who had been cornered. He was charismatic and confident. He said the affair was just baseless office gossip. He claimed he was just good friends with Judy and that they worked together closely. Barry insisted that he, Judy, and John were like a family. In fact, he said he was currently living with one of Judy's cousins who was visiting from Texas. Now, Toth didn't really believe a word Barry was saying. But even though he kept pressing him, Barry stuck to his story. And eventually, Toth had to let him go. Without any physical evidence, it was just Barry and Judy's word against the word of the employees. And even if they were having an affair, that wasn't enough to prove they had conspired to murder John. On Monday, April 21st, 4 days after John's murder, Toth was at his desk. He was rereading the notes from Barry and Judy's interviews for what felt like the millionth time. He was still trying to find a concrete way to link Judy and Barry to John's murder before he approached Judy about it again. But so far, other than the office rumors, he hadn't found anything. And he didn't really have any other leads. He had learned that the shell casings found at the scene were from a .25 caliber gun. That was useful information to have, but it wasn't going to help him narrow down his suspect list. Toth leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. He'd been working on this case non-stop since Thursday night, and he was completely exhausted. He was starting to think about maybe going home and getting some rest when he heard a light knock on his office door. An officer poked his head in and told Toth there was someone on line 3 with a tip, and it sounded like a good one. Toth picked up his phone. The person on the other end of the line explained that they were a police officer as well from a nearby town. They said they had heard about John Parker's murder on the news and realized they had some information that might be relevant. It turned out that about 6 months earlier, this officer had been called to a local juvenile detention facility to take a report. The staff there had done a random search of the kids' belongings and found that 2 of them had a lot of cash, over $200. Having cash was against the rules, and when the kids were asked where they got it, they said it was a payment for a hit on John Parker. That stunned Toth. But it wasn't nearly as shocking as what the officer said next. These 2 kids claimed that the person who had arranged this hit was a former high school classmate of theirs named Daniel Hicks. Toth couldn't believe what he was hearing. Daniel Hicks was John's own 5-year-old stepson. Toth had started to think that this murder could be a professional hit, but it had never even occurred to him that the hit could be linked to John's own family, let alone a child. The officer on the phone explained that they hadn't taken the kid's claim very seriously at the time, so no one had ever notified John's family or spoken to Daniel about it. Toth didn't have to say it, but this was a massive screw-up on their part. But he wasn't focused on placing blame. He was focused on figuring out what had happened. So, Toth got the names of the 2 kids with the cash from the officer. As soon as he hung up, he immediately sent some of his own officers to track those kids down. Then, Toth put in a call to Judy. He needed to bring her son Daniel in for an interview. And since he was a minor, Judy was going to have to come with him. Late that same night, actually after midnight, Toth was once again inside an interrogation room with Judy. But this time, instead of answering questions herself, Judy was sitting in a chair at the back of the room watching. Her son, Daniel, was sitting at the table with Toth and a few other detectives. Toth had spoken to Judy briefly right before this, and she had seemed genuinely shocked to hear that her son had apparently asked someone to kill John. She told Toth there had to be some kind of mistake, and she was happy for the police to speak to Daniel directly because she was sure that would clear this whole mess up. Toth had made a strategic decision not to ask Judy about the affair with Barry at that moment. She was being very cooperative by letting them speak to her son, and he didn't want to upset her and risk her changing her mind. They also hadn't been able to locate the 2 kids that Daniel had supposedly hired yet, so right now, Daniel was the only one he could question. And now, watching Daniel, Toth could see he was acting like a typical young person who was in trouble. He looked nervous. He was blinking a lot, and he kept wringing his hands like he wasn't really sure what to do with them. So, Toth decided his best approach was just to be direct. Maybe he could scare the truth out of Daniel. So, right off the bat, he told Daniel that he knew about the murder-for-hire plot, and he told him to explain himself. And to Toth's surprise, Daniel took a deep breath and then said it was true. He admitted that he had paid 2 of his friends some money he had saved up from his allowance because he hated his stepdad. He said John was always on his case, always yelling at him, and Daniel just wanted it to stop. But Daniel insisted that he didn't want John to die. He was adamant that he had just asked his friends to teach John a lesson, to beat him up. Toth thought about this. It was possible that Daniel was telling the truth, and that the 2 kids in the detention center had either lied about the murder part or had decided on their own to kill John. But that felt a little far-fetched. Why would these kids lie and get themselves into even more trouble? Toth thought it was much more likely that Daniel was the one who was lying. And Toth was not about to let Daniel go anywhere until he found out for sure. So, he told Daniel and Judy that he was sorry, but they were going to have to take Daniel into custody. Then, Toth called some officers into the room to make the arrest. As he left, he could hear Judy and Daniel sounding completely shocked and protesting behind him. At this point, even though Toth had been up all night and was completely exhausted, he actually felt more alert than he had in days. It finally felt like they were making real progress on this case. So, instead of going home to get some rest, he went back to his office, poured himself a cup of coffee, and kept on working. On the 15th of May, 2003, Almost a month after John Parker's murder, Detective Don Toth sat at his desk. He was reading over the copy for a flyer and making some last-minute changes to it. So far, it said that the police were looking for information about John Parker's murder, and it offered a reward to anyone who came forward with a tip. Toth planned to pass these flyers out all over town the next day, hoping the public could give him a new lead. It was kind of a desperate move, because while this case had seemed so close to being solved just a few weeks ago, now it was pretty much dead in the water. It had taken the police a while, but they had finally located both of the kids from the detention center, the ones Daniel had supposedly hired. And the kids admitted to meeting with Daniel and taking his money. But it turned out there was just no way they were the actual murderers. One of them had been thousands of miles away in Las Vegas on the night John was killed, and the other had been locked up in a juvenile detention facility. So, since Toth couldn't prove that the assassins Daniel hired had actually killed anyone, he'd had to let Daniel go. But that didn't mean Daniel was innocent. Those two kids had insisted that Daniel did ask for John to be killed, not just beat up. So Daniel was lying about that part. And Toth didn't think that someone who wanted to kill his father had just suddenly changed his mind. But since Toth knew that Daniel was at home babysitting his younger siblings at the exact time of John's murder, Toth figured he'd likely just gotten somebody else to do it for him. But Toth couldn't just keep questioning Daniel. Judy had hired a lawyer, and they were now refusing to let Toth question any of the family members at all. And that was incredibly frustrating because Toth wasn't done with Judy either. Out of everyone involved, she benefited the most from John's death. She was the beneficiary on his life insurance, and she was very likely having an affair with his office manager, Barry. So maybe part of her motive was just to hide the affair from him. And then there was Barry. He was potentially having this affair with John's wife. He might have had his own motive to get rid of John to keep the affair a secret. He also definitely seemed to think that John was a pretty tough boss, so maybe he'd just had enough and was either complicit or actively involved in the murder. He was also at the scene of the crime right when it happened, and since there weren't any cameras, Toth couldn't actually confirm Barry's story about being in the bathroom. But at this point, Toth didn't have the evidence he needed to prove any of these suspects actually killed John or hired someone to do it. And he also didn't have enough evidence to eliminate them and narrow down his pool of suspects. Instead, Toth had just kept adding to it. Because, as of this week, he was also considering John's own brother, David, as a person of interest. A few days ago, some officers had been called to Judy's house because David had stopped by and gotten into a huge verbal fight with the family. And this wasn't the first time it had happened. Apparently, David had gone over there and threatened the family before. One time, he had even damaged their car. This kind of behavior could just mean that David was lashing out because he was grieving the loss of his brother. But it could also mean that he was erratic and potentially violent. Plus, he had been with John on the afternoon of the murder at that buffet. He knew that John was going to have dinner with his wife later, so he could have easily guessed that John, being the workaholic he was, would check in at the office after they were done eating. Toth sighed and took a break from looking at the flyer. His brain was fried. But he felt hopeful. He thought these flyers would give him the tip he desperately needed to finally break this case. And so, the next day, Toth and some other officers passed out the flyers all over town. But then, weeks went by with no tips. And even though Toth did eventually get a few responses to the flyers, none of them gave him any actual usable evidence. So over the next few months, Toth spent his days in his office, poring over the case files again and again, looking for something he might have missed, maybe a witness they didn't interview, or a piece of evidence they had overlooked. But there was just nothing. And as the months turned into years, Toth had to turn his attention to other projects. And eventually, the John Parker murder case went cold. 4 years after John's murder, on an afternoon in February of 2007, Toth arrived at work for the day and headed to his office. He had never forgotten about the John Parker case, but he was no longer actively investigating it. In fact, all of his cases had been winding down because he was planning to retire in just a few months. But right before he actually got to his office door, a narcotics officer caught up to him in the hallway and asked for a word. The officer explained that he knew Toth wasn't on their narcotics team, but they had a warrant out for a man involved in one of their drug investigations. And they had realized that this man had some crossover with one of Toth's old homicide cases from 2003, the John Parker case. Toth stopped dead in his tracks. He immediately told the officer to go get that man into an interview room. And sure enough, later that day, Toth sat down with this man. He was very chatty and seemed extremely eager to talk. And the first thing this man did was explain that the person he lived with knew John Parker. And this person had admitted to him that they were directly involved in John's death. And when this man told Toth the name of this person, Toth couldn't believe it. He leaned back in his chair, feeling both a wave of relief and a deep sense of disturbance. He was relieved because he finally knew who John Parker's killer was. And he was disturbed because this case was now way more twisted than he had ever imagined. Based on the police investigation and multiple confessions, here is a reconstruction of what investigators believe happened to John Parker on the night of the 17th of April, 2003. At around 10 p.m., the killer crept slowly through the shadowy parking lot at J&J Parker Industries. They were wearing a mask and dark clothes, and they were carrying a .25 caliber gun. They could see John's car by the office entrance with Judy sitting inside of it, but she was not the killer's target. John was also near the car. He wasn't inside it. He was standing right outside one of the back car doors. The door was open, and he was rifling around inside the car looking for something. As the killer stared at John, thinking about what they were about to do, they thought about who this man was, how controlling and selfish he was. He had made the killer's life a living hell, and now the killer was going to get their revenge. So, while John's back was still turned, the killer silently walked right up behind him. They raised the gun, aimed it at the back of his head, and they fired. It was a direct hit, right behind the ear. John fell so fast that when the killer fired a second time, the bullet just missed. Now, the killer had never murdered anyone before, so they were shocked by what they had just done. But they were jostled back to reality when they heard John's wife Judy yelling and screaming from inside the car. So, as quickly as they could, the killer grabbed John's wallet to make the police think this was a robbery gone wrong, and then they turned and sprinted off into the night. Much later that night, the killer waited at home until the person who had masterminded this whole thing arrived. This person gave the killer a hug and told them they had done a good job. The mastermind then took the gun, John's wallet, and the clothes the killer had worn during the murder and told the killer they were going to dispose of all of it. And the killer just listened, feeling a sense of relief. They trusted this mastermind more than anyone else in the entire world. Because after all, she was his mother. It would turn out that Judy had convinced her own 5-year-old son, Daniel, to murder his stepfather, her husband. Judy wanted to get out of her marriage with John, but she knew if she divorced him, she would have only gotten half of his estate and their business. With his death, she could get the whole thing. It turned out she had already tried to kill John before, just unsuccessfully. First, she had tried to poison him. When that didn't work, she had tried to hire a hitman herself. But that also failed. So, finally, she asked Daniel to help, promising him that he would get some of the money. She had also enlisted her daughter, Christina, who was the one who found the gun that was used to kill John. Daniel had actually tried to hire someone else for the job first, but then ultimately decided to do it himself. He used his younger siblings as an alibi, saying he was at home babysitting them all night. And the man who told all of this to the police was Christina's husband, who she had married 2 years after John's death. Once her husband gave the authorities the entire story, the police interrogated both Christina and Daniel, who eventually confessed to everything. Judy was convicted of murder and sentenced to 33 years in prison. Daniel got 23 years in prison for pulling the trigger. And Christina received 5 years for her part in the murder as well. In a tragic end to an already devastating story, Christina would die in 2013 from a drug overdose. Daniel was released from prison in 2017, and his mother, Judy, was released in 2022. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya! If you were to drive through the quiet residential streets of Gary, Indiana, you would probably pass by one particular home without giving it a second look. It is a very modest, single-story, three-bedroom house sitting quietly on its lot, just like all the other houses around it. It has standard siding, a small screened-in front porch, and a simple yard. To anyone passing by, it looks like the kind of place where an ordinary family would live, go to school, do their chores, and build a quiet life. But the history behind this ordinary-looking house is absolutely bizarre, and it eventually became so notorious that people all over the country began calling it the Demon House. The story of this house centers around a mother named Latoya Ammons. Latoya was a hardworking mother of 3 children who was simply trying to raise her family in a safe, quiet environment. She lived in this single-story house with her 3 kids and her mother, Rosa Washington, who was the children's grandmother. For a while, they tried to maintain a normal routine, but before long, things inside the home began to take a very dark and inexplicable turn. Latoya began experiencing things that defied any logical explanation, and eventually the situation grew so extreme and so terrifying that she felt she had no choice but to reach out to the authorities for help. When Latoya first contacted the police, she made a series of claims that sounded completely unbelievable. She told the officers that there were dark, malevolent forces inside her home, and she specifically reported that actual demons were physically picking up her children and throwing them against the walls of the house. Now, you can imagine how the police reacted when they received a report like this. When law enforcement officers get a call from a parent claiming that their children are being thrown against the walls, their first immediate thought is not that the house is haunted. Their immediate thought is that this is a case of severe child abuse, neglect, or a parent who is mentally unstable and unfit to care for her children. They worried that Latoya might be hurting her own kids and using stories of the paranormal to cover up her actions. Because of these serious concerns, the police did what they always do in situations involving the potential endangerment of minors. They contacted Child Protective Services and arranged for an immediate investigation. They wanted to send professional case managers and law enforcement officers directly to the residence to perform a welfare check, conduct a thorough home study, and determine if Latoya Ammons was a competent parent who could safely care for her children, or if the kids needed to be removed from the home immediately for their own safety. What the authorities actually found when they got involved shocked everyone. Instead of a simple case of parental neglect or fabricated stories, they ended up documenting a series of events so strange and unsettling that they were recorded in official government files. These events are not just rumors or local neighborhood gossip. They are written down in a formal police report from the Lake County Sheriff's Department. When people first read through this official document, their initial reaction is usually disbelief. It looks like something taken straight out of a horror movie script, but it is a real, public record signed by professional law enforcement officers who had to write down exactly what they witnessed while on duty. The investigation officially began to heat up after Child Protective Services decided to conduct a formal home study at the property. The agency wanted to inspect the living conditions, look for signs of physical abuse, and make sure the house was a clean, safe environment. To carry out this task, they assigned a case manager named Valerie Washington to lead the study. Because of the bizarre and potentially volatile nature of the claims, the Lake County Sheriff's Department decided to send some backup. They assigned Lieutenant Gruska to accompany Valerie Washington to the home to assist her with the inspection and to observe the family's behavior firsthand. When Lieutenant Gruska arrived at the house to meet up with Valerie Washington, he also met Latoya Ammons, her mother, Rosa Washington, and Latoya's 2 young sons, 9-year-old Andrew and 7-year-old Amante. Before they even stepped foot inside the front door, Valerie Washington pulled Lieutenant Gruska aside, out of earshot of LaToya and the rest of the family. She looked shaken, and she wanted to tell him about an event that had occurred just 8 days earlier, before the police had officially joined the home study. This event had taken place at a local hospital where the family had been taken for medical and psychological evaluations, and Valerie Washington had witnessed it with her own eyes. 8 days prior, Valerie Washington was sitting in a hospital waiting room along with a clinical psychologist. They were there to evaluate the children and interview the grandmother, Rosa Washington, about the living conditions and the mental state of the family. The two young boys, Andrew and Amante, were also in the room, sitting quietly. As they were all chatting and going over the standard intake questions, the youngest son, 7-year-old Amante, suddenly stood up from his chair. He walked slowly into the very middle of the hospital waiting room. As the caseworker and the psychologist watched him, Amante's eyes suddenly rolled back into his skull, showing only the whites of his eyes. Then, the 7-year-old boy began to emit a low, rumbling, growling sound. Valerie Washington noted that the sound was incredibly deep, far too deep and resonant to have come from the vocal cords of a normal 7-year-old child. But while the caseworker and the psychologist were frozen in shock, the grandmother, Rosa, did not seem surprised at all. Her reaction made it clear that she had seen this happen before. Rosa immediately got up from her chair, marched straight over to the young boy, took him firmly by both of his hands, and looked him directly in the face. She began to yell at him, repeating the phrase, "You are not you," over and over again. Despite his grandmother shouting directly at him and holding his hands tightly, Amante did not snap out of it. His eyes remained rolled back into his head, and he did not respond to his grandmother's voice or show any sign of conscious awareness. Instead, as Rosa continued to repeat the words, "You are not you," Amante began to backpedal. He was moving backward, toward a solid wall directly behind him. Rosa did not let go. She kept a firm, solid grip on his hands, holding them tightly as he retreated. When the 7-year-old boy reached the wall, he did not stop. In a movement that defied the physical capabilities of a young child, Amante placed the sole of his foot flat against the vertical surface of the wall. He began to literally walk backwards up the wall. He was able to do this by pressing his weight against his grandmother. Since Rosa was holding on to his hands with a strong grip and leaning forward, Amante used her counter-resistance and his own physical leverage to walk vertically up the wall, defying gravity. The psychologist and Valerie Washington stood by, completely paralyzed, watching this impossible display in total disbelief. Rosa continued to hold on tight as the boy climbed higher and higher until his feet were high up on the wall and he was stretched out, practically on his tippy toes, suspended in the air against the flat surface. Then, suddenly, the boy flipped forward. He came off the wall, did a forward flip right in front of his grandmother, and landed cleanly on his feet on the opposite side of Rosa. It was a bizarre, acrobatic feat that a normal 7-year-old would have struggled to perform under any circumstances, let alone while seemingly unconscious, with his eyes rolled back. The moment the boy landed, the sheer panic of the situation broke over Valerie Washington and the psychologist. They did not try to investigate or ask questions. They literally ran out of the waiting room, down the hospital hallway, to find a medical doctor. They quickly explained what they had just seen, trying to find the words to describe a child walking backwards up a wall. The doctor, having absolutely no idea what to make of this wild report, decided to walk back into the waiting room to see for himself. When the doctor walked into the room, the strange episode had already ended. Amante's eyes were back to normal, the growling had stopped, and he was sitting quietly in a chair next to his grandmother, looking completely calm. The doctor walked up to him and, hoping to see some physical explanation, simply asked the boy if he could do that again. Amante just looked up at the doctor with a confused expression and said, "What? I did not do anything." He acted as though he had absolutely no memory of the event and had no idea what they were talking about. Now, Lieutenant Gruska's written report does not detail his immediate personal reaction to hearing this story from Valerie Washington. But the fact that this entire exchange was included in the official police report is highly significant. Lieutenant Gruska wrote the report at the very end of his investigation, and even though he was not present at the hospital himself to witness the wall-walking incident, he chose to dedicate a significant portion of his official narrative to it. In law enforcement, police reports are strictly supposed to contain first-hand observations and direct evidence related to the specific incident being investigated. Including a second-hand story about a hospital visit suggests that, by the end of his time at the house, Lieutenant Gruska had witnessed enough strange occurrences himself that he felt this hospital backstory carried serious weight and had to be documented. It shows that his pragmatic professional skepticism was starting to waver. Shortly after Valerie Washington finished telling this story to Lieutenant Gruska outside the house, 2 more police officers arrived at the scene to assist with the home study. One was Officer Brian Miller, and the other was Officer Charles Austin. With 3 police officers and the Child Protective Services caseworker now gathered on the property, the group turned to face the family, ready to conduct their physical walkthrough of the residence. But as they walked toward the front door, Latoya Ammons stopped them. She made it very clear that she and her children would not go back inside that house. She explained that they had actually moved out of the Vacurum very recently because the physical and psychological attacks they were experiencing inside had become completely unbearable. They felt like they were under constant siege by demonic entities, and they were too terrified to cross the threshold. They were willing to cooperate with the home study, but they were not going to step inside. This created a bit of a difficult situation for the officers, who needed someone familiar with the property to guide them through. Seeing their hesitation, Rosa Washington, the grandmother, stepped forward and offered to go inside with the officers and the caseworker. The group walked up the steps and entered the single-story, 3-bedroom home. The first area they walked into was a screened-in porch. From there, they unlocked the main door and stepped onto the main level of the house. The interior was quiet, dusty, and mostly empty, since the family had already packed up and moved their belongings out. Lieutenant Gruska's job during this initial walkthrough was to document everything. He carried a camera and an audio recorder, taking detailed photographs of every room and keeping the audio running to capture any sounds or conversations. They walked through the 3 bedrooms, the kitchen, and the living room. Everything on the main floor appeared completely normal. It looked like any other vacant rental property. But the family had claimed that the vast majority of the strange and violent activity took place downstairs, in the basement. The group walked over to the basement door, opened it, and looked down. A set of simple wooden steps led down into the darkness. They turned on the light and made their way down to the basement floor, which was made of solid concrete. The walls were constructed of heavy concrete blocks, creating a cold, damp, and enclosed atmosphere. As soon as Lieutenant Gruska stepped onto the basement floor, he began to notice several highly unusual items. Scattered all across the concrete floor were numerous candles. They had all been burned down completely to their wicks, leaving behind pools of hardened wax. Near the underside of the wooden stairs, the officers found a small makeshift altar and a Christmas nativity scene that had been carefully set up on the floor. Lieutenant Gruska walked over toward the stairs to take close-up photographs of the altar and the nativity scene. As he got closer and looked under the steps, he noticed something very strange about the floor itself. In the specific area underneath the wooden staircase, the solid concrete floor had been violently broken away. There were jagged, rough edges of concrete pointing inward, and the entire section of floor directly beneath the steps was just raw, exposed dirt. It looked as though someone had taken a heavy tool, like a sledgehammer, and intentionally smashed through the concrete foundation of the house to expose the earth underneath. When the officers questioned Rosa about the candles, the altar, and why the concrete floor had been smashed open, she could not give them a detailed or logical explanation. She simply looked around the damp basement, shivered, and said that there was a presence down there. She was too frightened to say anything more. With the primary inspection of the basement complete, Valerie Washington, Officer Miller, and Rosa Washington decided to head back upstairs to the main level. But Lieutenant Gruska and Officer Charles Austin decided to stay behind in the basement for a few extra minutes. They wanted to take some additional detailed photographs of the area underneath the stairs and document the burnt-out candles more thoroughly before they joined the others. Once they finished, they walked back up the wooden steps. Rosa was waiting for them at the top of the stairs, standing by the basement door, ready to turn off the light and lock up. Before she flipped the switch, she looked at Lieutenant Gruska and asked him if he had managed to get any clear pictures of the area directly underneath the stairs. Gruska nodded and confirmed that he had stayed down there specifically to take more photos of that exact spot. Rosa looked at him with a very serious expression and began to describe what the family used to experience at night when they were still living there. She said that while they were sleeping upstairs on the main floor, they would often be awakened by loud, chaotic commotions coming from the basement. She said it sounded like something heavy was bumping and scraping against the underside of the wooden stairs. Then they would hear the distinct sound of heavy footsteps slowly climbing up the wooden steps, one by one. She explained that whatever was making the noise would walk all the way to the top of the stairs and stop on the exact opposite side of the closed basement door. It would just stand there, inches away from where they slept, for hours at a time. Rosa admitted that they were always far too terrified to ever open the door and look. After completing the home study, Lieutenant Gruska returned to his office at the Sheriff's Department. His immediate priority was to upload the digital photographs he had taken during the inspection, with a particular focus on the images from the dark basement. He transferred the files to his computer and began reviewing them one by one. As he went through the photos, he came across the images he had taken of the raw dirt patch underneath the basement stairs. He noticed something unusual in the upper right-hand corner of one photo, just behind one of the wooden steps. The area was partially obscured by shadow, but there appeared to be a strange, semi-transparent white mist or cloud hovering in the air. Intrigued, Gruska used his computer software to zoom in on the white mist. As the image became larger, the shape of the mist began to resolve into a distinct, recognizable pattern. He called other officers into his office to look at the screen. As they stared at the zoomed-in image, they could clearly see that the white mist had the distinct features of a man's face. But that was not all. As they continued to study the photo and zoom in even closer, they noticed another anomaly on the left side of the frame. There, hovering faintly in the shadows, was a second mist, this one with a pale green tint. When they examined the shape of this green mist, it appeared to form the distinct features of a woman's face. Lieutenant Gruska and Officer Austin, who were the only two people in the basement when those specific photographs were taken, were completely baffled. They both knew for a fact that there was no smoke, no dust clouds, and no visible mist of any kind under the stairs when they were standing there. The air had been completely clear. Yet, the camera had captured these two distinct, face-like mists. Uneasy but determined to find a rational explanation, Lieutenant Gruska decided to review the audio recording he had made during the basement walkthrough. He fast-forwarded the audio file to the exact time frame when he and Officer Austin were left alone in the basement taking those final photographs. As he listened, the audio was very clear. He could hear his own voice and Officer Austin's voice as they talked about the camera settings, the candles, and the broken concrete. But then, right in the middle of their conversation, as they were clicking the camera shutter, a third voice suddenly appeared on the recording. It was not Gruska's voice, and it was not Austin's voice. It was a completely distinct, disembodied voice that spoke directly into the audio recorder microphone, clearly whispering the word, "Hey." Lieutenant Gruska was deeply unsettled. The audio recorder he was using was a professional, high-quality device that he had used many times in his career. It had never malfunctioned, skipped, or picked up stray interference before. He played the clip over and over again, and every time, the whisper was clear and unmistakable. He showed the recording to several other officers in the department, and none of them could provide a logical, physical explanation for how a third voice could have been recorded in an empty, locked basement. On April 30th, Lieutenant Gruska decided to expand his investigation by contacting someone who had been inside the home while the Ammons family was still actively living there. He reached out to Latoya's local parish priest, Father Michael Maginot. Latoya and her family were deeply religious and regular churchgoers, and she had reached out to Father Maginot for spiritual help when the disturbances first began. Father Maginot agreed to meet with Gruska and describe what he had witnessed. He explained that he had visited the Ammons residence on Carolina Street 5 days before the police conducted their first home study. He had gone there because Latoya was in a state of absolute despair, claiming that her home was occupied by demons and that her family was in physical danger. Father Maginot recalled that he sat down with Latoya and her family in the main living room to discuss the situation. As they were talking, he noticed that the light inside the adjacent bathroom began to flicker on and off. The flickering was rapid and highly distracting, so Father Maginot eventually got up from his chair and walked over to the bathroom to inspect the fixture. The moment he stepped across the threshold and entered the bathroom, the flickering stopped completely and the light remained steady. Confused, the priest walked back to the living room and sat down to continue his conversation. Almost immediately, the bathroom light began to flicker rapidly again. This happened several times. Every time Father Maginot stood up and walked into the bathroom, the light would immediately behave normally. The moment he sat back down in the living room, the flickering would start right back up. While Father Maginot was busy investigating the erratic bathroom light, Latoya suddenly pointed toward one of the windows in the living room. She pointed out that a strange, thick liquid was beginning to form on the surface of the window blinds. Father Maginot and the family walked over to the window to examine it. They watched as a thick, oily, greasy substance began to slowly trickle down the plastic slats of the blinds. Father Maginot looked up at the ceiling, checking for any signs of a water leak, plumbing issues, or structural damage, but the ceiling was completely dry and intact. There was no visible source or logical explanation for how this oily liquid could be spontaneously appearing and dripping down the blinds. As they stood there staring at the grease, the plastic cord that was used to open and close the window blinds suddenly began to sway. It was swinging back and forth, side to side, with considerable force. Everyone in the room froze. Father Maginot checked the window, but it was completely closed and locked. There was no air conditioning running, no fans nearby, and no draft of any kind in the sealed room. Yet, the heavy cord continued to sway as if someone was physically pulling it. As Father Maginot looked down toward the floor, trying to process what he was seeing, his eyes fell upon the carpet directly next to where they were standing. Pressed deep into the fibers of the carpet was a massive, heavy footprint. The priest examined the footprint closely. It was far too large to have been made by his own shoes, and no one else living in the house had feet anywhere near that size. It looked as though a massive, heavy individual had stood right next to the window, leaving a deep indentation in the carpet, even though no such person was present in the room. Father Maginot told Lieutenant Gruska that after witnessing these events, he concluded that the environment was highly volatile and potentially dangerous. He had advised Latoya and her family to pack their bags and vacate the premises immediately. It was this exact incident and the priest's direct advice that had prompted the Ammons family to abandon their home and seek shelter elsewhere. On May 10th, the investigation took another major step. Lieutenant Gruska, accompanied by a newly assigned Child Protective Services case manager and a large contingent of law enforcement officers, returned to the house. The property had now been completely unoccupied for about 2 weeks. All of the utilities had been shut off, the doors and windows had been locked and sealed, and no one had been permitted inside since the last inspection on April 27th. When the police caravan pulled up to the property, they were met by Father Maginot, Latoya Ammons, her mother Rosa Washington, and the two boys, Andrew and DeMonte. Because of the bizarre nature of the case and the escalating reports of physical anomalies, the police department had brought a canine unit with them. The report does not say so explicitly, but the massive police presence and the tracking dog suggested that the department wanted to rule out any physical, criminal explanations. They wanted to make sure that some intruder, squatter, or malicious individual was not secretly living inside the walls or the crawl spaces of the house, staging these events to terrorize the family. Before anyone else entered the structure, the police handler sent the trained tracking dog inside. The dog conducted a thorough room-by-room search of the entire single-story house, looking for any signs of human intruders, hidden compartments, or illegal substances. After a detailed sweep, the dog returned to the front door, having found absolutely nothing unusual. The house was completely empty. With the physical safety of the building confirmed, the police officers, the new case manager, Father Maginot, and Rosa Washington entered the home. The main floor looked exactly as it had 2 weeks prior. Everything was dusty, quiet, and undisturbed, confirming that no one had been inside. The group walked over to the basement door, opened it, and turned on the overhead light. As they prepared to walk down, they immediately noticed something strange on the wooden stairs. Dripping down the steps was a wet, glistening trail of thick, oily substance. It looked identical to the greasy liquid that Father Maginot had witnessed on the living room blinds weeks earlier. The trail started near the top of the stairs, snaked its way down the wooden steps, turned around the corner of the banister, and disappeared into the dark area underneath the staircase. There was no active water source in the house, the utilities were entirely disconnected, and the tracking dog had just confirmed that no physical person was inside the home. Yet, this fresh, wet trail of grease had somehow appeared on the stairs. As the group began to slowly descend the basement stairs, the new Child Protective Services case manager reached out her hand to steady herself. Her hand brushed against a wooden cabinet that had been built directly into the wall along the stairwell. The instant her fingers made contact with the wood, the caseworker let out a sharp cry of pain. She violently pulled her hand back, clutching her pinky finger. The officers rushed to her, asking what was wrong. She was visibly shaken and explained that the moment she touched the cabinet, a sharp, painful, tingling sensation had shot through her hand. When Lieutenant Gruska looked at her hand, he saw that her pinky finger had turned completely pale white. It looked as though the blood had been instantly drained from it, and she complained that she had lost all feeling in the digit. Despite this unsettling event, the officers and the caseworker continued down into the basement. They followed the wet, oily trail as it wound its way across the concrete floor and led them directly to the area underneath the stairs, where the concrete had been smashed away to reveal the raw dirt. Everyone was standing in the cold basement, staring at the patch of earth. They recalled the family's terrifying claims about things crawling out from under the stairs and walking up to their bedrooms. They remembered the strange face-like mists that had appeared in Gruska's photographs of this exact spot. Father Maginot stepped forward and made a suggestion. He explained that in many historical cases of alleged demonic infestation or possession, physical objects tied to the victims are often found buried or hidden in the physical center of the activity. He suggested that if there was indeed something unnatural happening in this house, they might find physical evidence buried in the dirt patch directly beneath the stairs. Lieutenant Gruska decided to test this theory. He obtained a shovel and began to carefully dig into the raw, dark soil under the wooden steps. He dug down through the loose dirt piece by piece. When he reached a depth of about 2 feet, his shovel struck something solid. He reached into the hole and pulled out a single, artificial, press-on pink fingernail. Intrigued, Gruska continued to dig deeper, widening the hole. A few inches away, he unearthed a pair of women's underwear. He kept digging, carefully sifting through the dirt. Next, he pulled out a small metal political pin, the kind that people clip onto their t-shirts during election campaigns. As he cleared more soil, he found the metal lid to a standard kitchen cooking pot. This was followed by several scraps of old household trash and miscellaneous pieces of paper. The group stood in the dim basement, staring at the pile of objects. The items themselves were completely mundane, everyday household objects. But their location was deeply disturbing. These were personal items that belonged to the family, items that would normally be kept upstairs in the kitchen, the bedrooms, or the living areas. Yet, they had been systematically gathered and buried deep beneath the concrete foundation of the house in a patch of dirt under the stairs. It became clear to everyone in the room that someone or something had been taking these items from the family's living spaces, bringing them down into the dark basement, and burying them deep in the earth beneath the staircase. They had apparently been doing this over a long period of time. Eventually, Gruska's shovel struck a layer of incredibly hard, packed soil that was impossible to dig through without heavy equipment. Deciding they had found all they could, the officers filled the hole back in, packed up their gear, and decided to exit the basement. As the group made their way back up the stairs and prepared to leave the house, Rosa Washington, who was the last person in the line, suddenly stopped. She called out to the officers, telling them to come back and look at the screened-in front porch. The officers walked back to the porch where Rosa was standing. She was pointing up at the plastic window blinds. Dripping slowly down the slats of the porch blinds was that same thick, oily substance. It was wet, greasy, and actively trickling down toward the windowsill. Lieutenant Gruska walked up to the blinds. He wanted to see if Rosa or someone else was secretly applying this liquid when they were not looking. He took a clean cloth, thoroughly wiped the oily substance off the plastic blinds, and inspected the window frame. There was no water source, no oil pipes, and no physical explanation for how the liquid could have gotten there. Gruska then ordered everyone to step completely outside of the house. They walked out onto the front yard, closed the door, and locked it. They stood together on the lawn, keeping a close eye on the house, and waited for exactly 25 minutes. Once the time had passed, Lieutenant Gruska, Father Maginot, and the other officers walked back onto the porch. They looked up at the window blinds that Gruska had wiped completely clean just 25 minutes earlier. The thick, oily substance had completely reappeared. It was actively dripping down the plastic slats in the exact same pattern as before, leaving fresh, greasy trails. Father Maginot explained that during his extensive research into the history of religious anomalies and spiritual disturbances, he had found numerous documented cases where thick, oily, or unidentifiable liquids would spontaneously ooze from the walls, doors, and windows of affected structures. The appearance of this grease, with no physical source and returning even after being wiped clean, matched those historical accounts perfectly. At this point, Lieutenant Gruska and the other law enforcement officers decided they had seen enough. The environment was filled with too many variables that could not be explained by standard police procedures or physical science. Gruska ordered everyone to immediately vacate the premises. They walked out of the house, locked the heavy doors behind them, and sealed the property. That marked the official end of the police involvement and the conclusion of the formal police report. But the mystery of the house did not end there. Officer Charles Austin, who had been in the basement with Lieutenant Gruska when they heard the disembodied voice on the recorder, was deeply affected by what he had experienced. He worked for the nearby Hammond Police Department, but he could not stop thinking about the house on Carolina Street. During the period when the house sat completely vacant and locked up, Officer Austin decided to visit the property on his own time. He wanted to document the exterior of the house and see if he could capture any further evidence of unusual activity. He parked his police cruiser across the street and took several photographs of the front of the vacant home. When those official police photos were later developed and reviewed, one of them captured something incredibly eerie. The photograph showed the front of the house completely locked and dark. But through the screen of the front porch, standing right next to the window where the oily liquid had been dripping down the blinds, was the distinct dark silhouette of a shadowy figure. The figure was standing perfectly still, looking out toward the street, even though the house was completely empty and locked from the inside. In the years that followed, the story of the Gary, Indiana demon house spread far and wide, capturing the attention of paranormal researchers, journalists, and skeptics across the country. In 2014, Zach Bagans, a well-known paranormal investigator and the host of the popular television show Ghost Adventures, became fascinated by the case. He was so intrigued by the official police reports and the consistency of the witnesses' accounts that he decided to purchase the house himself. Zach Bagans used the property to film a detailed feature-length documentary, which he simply titled The Demon House. During the filming, he and his crew claimed to experience a wide range of intense physical and psychological disturbances while spending time inside the home. Eventually, in 2016, Bagans decided that the house was far too volatile and carried too much negative energy to remain standing. He ordered the entire structure to be completely demolished, leveling the home to the ground and leaving nothing but an empty, grassy lot. The story of the demon house remains one of the most thoroughly documented cases of unexplained phenomena in modern history. What makes this case so different from typical ghost stories or local legends is the sheer volume of official, professional documentation. The bizarre events were not just reported by a single family. They were witnessed, experienced, and officially written down in public records by professional caseworkers, medical doctors, a Catholic priest, and multiple active-duty law enforcement officers from the Lake County Sheriff's Department and the Hammond Police Department. These were individuals whose careers depended on objective, rational observations. They had no logical reason to fabricate stories about wall-walking children, disembodied voices, or spontaneous oily liquids. Yet, they felt compelled by the sheer weight of what they witnessed to sign their names to official reports, leaving behind a haunting record of a house that defied everything they thought they knew about reality. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. The paranormal does not really have a place in the military, despite what anybody tells you. It is just not something that gets discussed. Now, I was a bit of an anomaly because I was in the Navy for 7 years, and 5 of those years were spent on a SEAL team. Maybe because we were in such small teams, people had to put up with my weirdness and my interest in the strange happenings around the world. But really, that was an anomaly, and I think it comes from the culture inside the military where you have a group of people that has such an intense job. It is a job that is so rooted in practical approaches to problem solving that there is simply no time to be theorizing about how demons and ghosts and things that are out of this world are having an impact on us. We need to focus on what is happening right now in front of our faces. There is simply no space for anything else. And so, when you do hear stories coming out of the military that are paranormal in nature, it is not that you should inherently believe them right away, but rather you should understand that if military personnel have come to the conclusion that something is paranormal, they have ruled out virtually everything else. They have looked at the logical explanations, the tactical explanations, and the physical evidence, and they found absolutely nothing that makes sense. So today, I am going to share a military paranormal story that happened in Afghanistan back in the year 2009, when 8 United States Marines were stationed at a very isolated observation post in the middle of Helmand Province. Some very strange things happened out there, and the Marines who were there believe those events are still plaguing them to this very day. In June of 2009, United States and NATO forces surged into Afghanistan. Troop numbers escalated dramatically in preparation for this massive offensive against the Taliban. During this surge, a very small team of Marines was given a mission to go to an observation post in Helmand Province, where a group of British soldiers was stationed at the time. An observation post, or an OP, as it is called in the military, is any location where you are able to observe, hence the name. Most OPs, if not all of them, are located on high ground because that provides you with the best possible view of the surrounding area. Observation posts are strategically very valuable because you have the advantage of the higher ground and you can see what is going on around you. And so, as a result, these observation posts become prime targets for enemy attacks. Now, the observation post that these Marines were going to, which was called OP Rock, was a little bit unique. It was strategically very important, but it did not actually have the higher ground. All around OP Rock, there were other large pieces of terrain, like hills and mountains. This meant that if you poked your head up for too long, you might get shot by a sniper hiding on one of those mountains. And so OP Rock was a very dangerous and incredibly isolated place to be, not to mention laughably small and having almost no amenities. There were basically a couple of HESCO barriers, which are those big brown squares that get filled with sand and dirt to stop bullets, and then there were not even any cots. The Marines slept literally on the ground on simple sleeping pads with a couple of ghillie tents overhead, and that was about it. So, these Marines were going to be there for 60 days where they were not going to be able to go anywhere else. They were just isolated and stuck on this tiny little wasteland in the middle of Helmand Province. The 8 Marines were led by Sergeant Green, and his second in command was Corporal Lena. The other junior Marines in the squad were Zolik, Hoyt, Wilson, Parker, Smith, Gibbs, and Diggs. After driving their up-armored vehicles all the way through the snaking pass that led to OP Rock, they found the British soldiers anxiously waiting for them. Normally, anytime you turn over with any other unit, you do something called turnover operations. Because you are new to the area, you want to go out and do something like a presence patrol to get a feel for the area with the people who have been there to kind of give you a lay of the land. They are supposed to warn you about where they think there are improvised explosive devices, or tell you if a certain area puts you in plain sight of the enemy where they can shoot you easily. But when the Marines got to OP Rock, the British were so anxious to leave that they did not do any turnover operations at all. The British soldiers looked totally weathered, beaten down, and ragged, like they had been fighting at OP Rock for decades. But the reality was, they had only been there for 60 days, which was the exact same amount of time that these Marines were about to spend there. And before they left, one of the British soldiers turned and said, "Hey, just so you know, if you dig anything up here, just put it back." The Marines looked at him like, "What are you talking about?" But he did not elaborate on his words. He just looked at them and said again, "If you dig anything up, just put it back, trust me." And so, that night, the men settled into their new home for the next 60 days. The way it works on any base in the world, but certainly in an active war zone, is that there is always someone manning a guard post. And so, on that very first night, it happened to be Corporal Lena's turn to be on watch. Corporal Lena was the second in command of these Marines, and he was up in the guard tower. You got to put yourself in his mind to understand what this was like. Even if you have never been to Afghanistan, just imagine being out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. You are in the middle of a mountainous desert with no villages, no people, and no lights. But at the same time, you are hanging it out there. You are totally exposed. There are people in the mountains all around you who want to kill you, and you know this for a fact. It is just you and 7 other sleeping people right there in your little tiny observation post. All you have is a radio where you can call back to your main base, which is far enough away that if something bad happened, you had better hope that you could get through to them, and you had better hope they could get over to you as quickly as possible. The great fear when you are in these remote locations is that you are going to get ambushed by the enemy. There are so many stories about these complex attacks being launched on small little outposts where all of a sudden small groups of Marines just get totally overrun by the Taliban. So, standing guard is a terrifying thing. When I was in Afghanistan, I did not stand all that much guard duty, but when I did, you were up in that little shack and you were looking out into this vast expanse of absolute nothingness. You start wondering if people are watching you right now, or if someone is taking aim at you through a scope. You are protected by the barrier, and you are doing all the things you are supposed to do, but nighttime in Afghanistan, standing guard duty is very eerie. And so, on this first night, Corporal Lena is up there in the guard tower, and it is very quiet. Suddenly, his radio that is sitting right next to him starts crackling. This was a military-grade radio, which looks like a big walkie-talkie. Now, military radios are built to be very durable, but they are also quite old in terms of technology, and it is not uncommon for them to falter. That is why the military has people who specialize in just radios to fix these things, because if you lose your line of communication, you are completely screwed. So Lena is sitting there, and he starts hearing this static and crackling on the radio. He notices it, but he does not think much of it at first. The crackling stops, and he goes back to looking out into the mountainside, doing his typical guard duty. But then, the crackling picks up again. This time, he thinks he can hear someone speaking on the radio. It did not sound like English. It did not even sound like words necessarily, but it was a little bit louder. Now, he is really paying attention to it because he is worried his radio might be going bad. He took the battery off, looked at it, blew any dust off the contacts, reconnected the battery, rebooted the radio, and put it back down. He was a little more keyed into the radio now. A couple of minutes later, he hears the crackling again. And now, he can clearly hear a voice. He thinks someone is speaking in Russian. But the problem was that this was an encrypted military radio. You do not just pick up random signals all over the place on an encrypted channel. You only pick up people who have your specific encryption keys. It made absolutely no sense for him to be picking up a random Russian voice. This had to be someone on his own team. But he knew that his guys were all asleep. He looked down into the camp and counted them. There they were, sleeping on the ground. No one was on the radio. So he picked up his handset and called into the main base. He asked them if anyone was pushing traffic out to OP Rock. Right away, he got a response from the main base saying they were not pushing or receiving any traffic. Lena was not terrified yet, but he knew something strange was going on with the radio. The crackling, gurgling, and weird sounds persisted throughout the entire night. It got to the point where, the next morning, when the next guard came on duty to relieve him, Lena told him that he thought there was something wrong with the radio and that he should probably switch it out for another one. After Lena was relieved of guard duty, he went down to check on the other Marines. At this point, everybody was awake. It was the start of their first full day at OP Rock. Because they had absolutely nothing else to do besides defend this tiny piece of land, they started taking stock of how well fortified the base actually was. They wanted to find ways to improve their defenses. They noticed that there was a trench dug around the inside of the perimeter of OP Rock right up against the HESCO barriers. This trench was designed to allow a Marine to stand inside it and move around without their head or torso jutting out above the barriers, which would run the risk of getting shot by a sniper on the surrounding hills. But as they looked at the trench, they realized it was not deep enough. It was only about 2 feet deep. If you stood in it, you would still be completely exposed to enemy fire, They started wondering why the British soldiers, who had been there for 60 days, had not dug a deeper trench. It seemed like common sense. So, Corporal Lena and the rest of the Marines decided they were going to spend that entire day digging the trench a little bit deeper and a little bit wider. They grabbed their shovels and got to work. As they were digging, Lena's shovel hit something hard and metallic in the dirt. He stopped, knelt down, and cleared away the soil. He pulled out a long metal stake. It looked like an engineering stake. He brushed the heavy dirt off the stake and examined it closely. He could see some foreign writing engraved into the metal. It looked like Cyrillic, which is Russian writing. Lena thought to himself that this was not incredibly weird. Back in the 1980s, the Soviet Union had invaded Afghanistan and occupied the country. It was entirely possible that Soviet soldiers had been stationed on this very hill and had left some of their gear behind, which had eventually gotten buried by the wind and sand. He tossed the stake aside and kept digging. But about 10 meters away from where Lena was working, one of the younger Marines, a guy named Wilson, was digging his section of the trench. At some point, Wilson's shovel struck the ground and a small pocket in the dry soil opened up. He stopped and looked down into the hole. Inside, he could see some old pottery and pieces of what looked like hand-painted ceramics. He reached in and pulled out some of the plates and pots. But as he reached in further to see what else was in the hole, he felt something large and hard. He dug around it and pulled it out. It was a massive human bone. Specifically, it was a human femur, which is the large thigh bone. Wilson was completely shocked. He called the other Marines over to look at it. They gathered around the hole and looked at the bone. They did not really know what to do with it, so they ultimately decided to just tuck the leg bone back into the hole where Wilson had found it. They stopped digging in that specific area and moved to other sections of the trench to continue their work. But the problem was that they could not dig more than a couple of inches in any direction without running into more human remains. Every time a shovel hit the dirt, they would hear the sound of metal scraping against bone. By the end of the afternoon, they had unearthed dozens of skeletons inside of that trench. There were skulls, ribs, arm bones, and leg bones scattered everywhere in the dirt. The Marines realized right then that this was exactly what the British soldier had meant when he told them that if they dug anything up, they needed to put it back. They had literally set up their camp on top of a massive mass grave. They spent the rest of the evening carefully placing all of the bones back into the trench and shoveling the dirt back over them. It was an incredibly unsettling realization, and the atmosphere at OP Rock immediately became much heavier. A couple of weeks went by, and the Marines at this point had accepted that they were living in a very creepy place. They tried to go about their daily routines, clean their weapons, eat their meals, and stand their guard shifts, but the thought of the skeletons buried just inches beneath their feet was always in the back of their minds. Then, on day 13 of being at OP Rock, Hoyt, who had just turned 20 years old, was up on guard duty during the night shift. It was pitch black outside. Hoyt was sitting in the guard tower, looking out into the darkness. As he was sitting there, he suddenly started getting this really uncomfortable feeling. It was a physical sensation that someone was standing right behind him in the small guard shack. It was so intense that he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He knew that logically he was the only one up there. The other Marines were supposed to be asleep down below. At one point, the feeling became so overwhelming that Hoyt turned around to look at what was behind him, expecting to see one of his teammates standing there. But the guard shack was completely empty. He turned back around to face the outside of the perimeter, and just as he did, coming from outside the wire where he had just been looking, he heard a horrible, blood-curdling scream. It sounded like a person in extreme agony. Hoyt was terrified. He grabbed his night vision goggles and put them over his eyes. He started scanning the desert landscape, looking for any sign of movement. The scream had been so loud and so sudden that the other Marines down below had also been jolted awake by it. They grabbed their weapons and jumped out of their sleeping bags, scrambling to the edges of the post. They looked up at Hoyt in the guard tower and started yelling to ask him what was going on. Hoyt was looking through his goggles, and all of a sudden, about 200 meters away from the perimeter, he saw a dark figure. It was a man, and he was running incredibly fast from one bush to another bush. Hoyt yelled down to the guys that he had a target. He told them he had a guy about 200 meters out running right to left. The Marines immediately assumed this was a Taliban scout or an insurgent preparing for an attack, so they went into combat mode. Corporal Lena ran over to the edge of the HESCO barriers right below the guard tower. He raised his rifle, which was equipped with a thermal imaging scope. A thermal scope detects heat signatures, so any living thing, whether it is a human or an animal, will glow brightly against the cold background of the desert night. Lena looked through the scope and scanned the exact area where Hoyt was pointing. But there was nothing there. The thermal image was completely cold. There was no heat signature of any kind. There were no people, no animals, nothing. Lena was confused and frustrated. He yelled up to Hoyt, asking him exactly where he needed to look. Hoyt was looking through his night vision goggles and could still see the figure. He yelled back that the man was right there behind that specific bush. But every time Lena looked through the thermal scope at that exact bush, there was absolutely nothing. At this point, the Marines also had a dog with them. She was a stray dog that they had inherited from the British soldiers, and her name was Ugly Betty. The Marines loved Ugly Betty. They fed her, took care of her, and treated her like a member of their squad. Ugly Betty was usually very calm, but she was also incredibly good at identifying when people were approaching the outpost. She was an excellent watchdog. And during this entire chaotic event, Ugly Betty had been standing at the edge of the barrier, looking in the exact same direction where Hoyt was seeing the figure. She was barking like an absolute maniac, her growls deep and aggressive. Even after the Marines looked with their thermal scopes and confirmed that there was no physical heat signature out there, they could not get Ugly Betty to calm down. She was completely transfixed on that empty patch of desert, baring her teeth and growling at something they could not see on their advanced thermal technology. The Marines spent the rest of the night on high alert. They stayed behind the barriers, holding their weapons, waiting for an attack to begin. They expected a sniper shot, a rocket, or a group of fighters to rush the walls. But the night remained completely silent and nothing ever happened. The next morning, when the sun came up and they still had not been attacked, they just shrugged it off. They tried to convince themselves that Hoyt had just seen an animal or that the stress of the deployment was making them jumpy. But in reality, the tension at OP Rock was starting to build. Another couple of weeks went by. On day 26 of their deployment, a junior Marine named Zolik was scheduled for the night guard shift. It was an incredibly hot summer night. The air in Helmand province was thick and stifling, and there was absolutely no breeze. Zolik was sweating so badly that he actually took his helmet off just to get some relief from the heat. He was leaning against the frame of the guard shack, staring out into the vast open desert. It was a completely quiet night. But then, all of a sudden, Zolik felt the temperature inside the guard shack drop dramatically. It did not just get a little cooler, it became freezing cold in a matter of seconds. It was so cold that Zolik actually started shivering, and he could see his own breath in the air. He thought to himself that this made no sense. There was no wind, and there was no weather front moving in. It was just a localized pocket of freezing air right inside his tiny wooden shack. As he was trying to understand what was happening, he got that same uncomfortable feeling that Hoyt had described. He felt like someone was standing directly behind him, breathing on his neck. He quickly spun around, but the shack was empty. He turned back around, but then he started hearing whispering. The whispering sounded like it was coming from inside the shack with him right next to his ears. It was a low, urgent murmuring, but he could not make out the words. It did not sound like English. Zolik started to panic. He wondered if he was finally losing his mind from the sleep deprivation and the constant stress. He tried to calm his breathing. But then he heard the distinct sound of footsteps scraping across the wooden roof of the guard shack right above his head. Zolik's first thought was that this must be a prank. He knew that Smith was the class clown of the group and loved to play jokes on people. He figured Smith must have snuck out of his sleeping pad, climbed up the back of the guard tower, and was now whispering and walking on the roof to scare him. Zolik wanted to catch him in the act. He jumped out of the guard shack and looked up at the roof, fully expecting to see Smith standing there laughing. But there was no one on the roof. The wooden planks were completely empty. Zolik was deeply spooked now. He did a quick search around the base of the tower, thinking maybe Smith had jumped down and was hiding on the side. But there was no one there. He looked over at the sleeping area where the other Marines were, and he could see that they were all fast asleep on their pads. It was not Smith, and it was not any of his teammates. Zolik climbed back up into the guard shack, his heart pounding in his chest. He grabbed his rifle and raised it to his eye, looking through his thermal scope. He began scanning the perimeter of the base. He knew that if there was a real person out there, they would show up bright white on the thermal display. He was scanning the dark desert, thinking about the weird figure Hoyt had seen 2 weeks earlier. As he swept the scope across the landscape, he suddenly stopped. There, about 200 meters away, was the heat signature of a man. The man was standing completely still, but his body language was incredibly bizarre. He had both of his fists raised in the air right next to his head as if he was celebrating or preparing to fight. Zolik was so taken aback by this strange posture that he actually lowered his rifle to look with his naked eyes. The moon was very bright that night, and the desert was well illuminated, but when Zolik looked with his own eyes, he couldn't see anything. He quickly raised his rifle and looked through the thermal scope again. The figure was completely gone. There was no heat signature anywhere near that spot. Zolik was terrified. He was a young Marine, and he was already feeling incredibly depressed and exhausted from the isolation of OP Rock. He felt like he was experiencing severe combat fatigue. He began to convince himself that he was losing his mind. He thought that if he told the other Marines about the whispering, the cold air, the footsteps on the roof, and the disappearing man with his fists raised, they would just think he was crazy or weak. So he decided to keep it to himself for the rest of his watch. He sat in the cold shack, listening to the whispers and the footsteps on the roof, trying his best to ignore them until his shift was finally over. When the sun came up, Zolik knew he could not take another night at OP Rock. He went straight to his leadership, Sergeant Green and Corporal Lena. He told them everything that had happened. He confessed that he was seeing and hearing things, and he formally requested to be transferred off the observation post. The leaders saw how distressed he was, and they granted his request. They arranged for him to be taken back to the main base on the next supply vehicle. But the other Marines were not supportive. They were actually very angry with Zolik. They felt like he was abandoning them. They believed he was just using the crazy card to get out of the deployment because he didn't want to be at this miserable outpost anymore. They laughed at his stories and made fun of him, completely dismissing his claims of paranormal activity. But the skepticism of the remaining Marines would not last very long. Just a couple of days after Zolik left the post, it was Corporal Lena's turn to stand the night guard shift in that very same guard shack. Lena was a seasoned leader, and he did not believe in ghosts or superstition. He was focused entirely on keeping his men safe. As he sat in the tower looking out over the dark valley, Ugly Betty, who was sleeping near the base of the tower, suddenly stood up. Her ears perked up, and she began growling. Then she started barking incredibly aggressively at a specific spot on the mountainside, Lena knew that Ugly Betty did not bark like this for no reason. He immediately grabbed his night vision goggles and put them on, scanning the rocky slope of the mountain. He stopped when he saw a figure standing on the mountainside a few hundred meters away. The figure looked like a person, and Lena assumed it was a Taliban scout monitoring their movements. To confirm the target before opening fire, Lena switched to his thermal scope. But when he looked through the thermal, the mountainside was completely empty. There was no heat signature at all. He lowered the rifle and went back to his night vision goggles. What he saw next made his blood run cold. The figure was still there, but it was now about 100 meters closer to the base. It had covered an immense distance in the split second it took Lena to switch scopes. It was physically impossible for a human being to move that fast across steep, rocky terrain in total darkness. Lena felt a wave of pure terror wash over him. He frantically raised his rifle to look through the thermal scope again, desperately trying to get a lock on the target. But once again, the thermal display showed nothing but cold rock. Lena was shaking. He put the thermal down and reached for his night vision goggles one more time, but the figure was gone. And right at that exact second, as Lena was standing there alone in the dark tower, he felt a firm, distinct tap on his shoulder. It felt exactly like someone was standing behind him, tapping him to get his attention. Lena gasped and spun around, raising his hands to defend himself. He expected to see one of his Marines who had climbed up to check on him. But there was absolutely no one there. The guard tower was completely empty, and when he looked down into the camp, he could see the remaining Marines all asleep on their pads. Lena stood there in silence, his heart hammering against his ribs. He realized at that moment that Zolik had been telling the truth. He felt a deep sense of guilt for not believing his friend and for letting him leave under a cloud of suspicion. Over the next 10 days, the remaining Marines, Hoyt, Smith, and Wilson, would all experience almost identical events while standing watch in that guard shack. They all felt the sudden freezing temperature, they all heard the whispers, and they all saw the strange figures that did not show up on thermal imaging. The men stopped laughing. They stopped making jokes. They realized that whatever was happening at OP Rock was very real, and they were completely trapped there with it. As the days crawled by, the psychological toll on the remaining Marines became almost unbearable. They were sleep-deprived, constantly paranoid, and terrified of the night. Finally, they reached day 59 of their 60-day deployment. They had only one more night left before the relief force was scheduled to arrive and take them back to the safety of the main base. They were doing everything they could to just survive those last 24 hours. But then, in the late afternoon, something went wrong. All of their communication equipment went completely dead. Their primary military radios, which had been working fine despite some static, suddenly lost all signal. Corporal Lena went over to Gibbs, who was their communications specialist, and asked him what was going on. Gibbs was frantically working on the gear, swapping out batteries, checking the antennas, and trying to reboot the systems. He looked up at Lena, completely stressed out, and said that he had no idea what was wrong. He had not changed any settings, and all the equipment was physically intact, but they were getting absolutely nothing. They tried to use their backup satellite phone, but the satellite signal was incredibly weak, and they could not get a call through. The Marines were now completely cut off from the outside world. If they were attacked, they would not be able to call for air support, artillery, or reinforcements. They were entirely on their own. They decided to double their security for the final night, placing extra ammunition at each post and keeping everyone on high alert. Wilson was the one manning the guard tower as darkness fell. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The men sat in their defensive positions, clutching their weapons, staring into the dark, waiting for the night to end. And then, in the middle of the night, the silence was shattered. Suddenly, a massive volume of heavy machine gun fire opened up right outside the perimeter. The sound was deafening. It sounded like multiple enemy machine guns firing simultaneously from very close range. Wilson screamed from the guard tower, trying to yell out where the fire was coming from, but the noise was too loud. The muzzle flashes seemed to be coming from all directions. Bullets were apparently snapping through the air, and the Marines could hear them whizzing over their heads. They scrambled to their positions, diving behind the thick HESCO barriers for cover. Corporal Lena ran up into the guard tower, grabbed Wilson by his tactical vest, and pulled him down. He screamed over the noise, asking Wilson where the enemy was. Wilson was terrified and yelled back that he didn't know that the gunfire was coming from everywhere at once. And then they heard the unmistakable, terrifying whistle of a rocket-propelled grenade. It was a high-pitched, shrieking sound that grew louder and louder as it approached. The Marines braced themselves for the impact, closing their eyes and covering their heads. They heard a massive explosion as the RPG apparently smashed directly into the center of the observation post, followed by the sound of burning metal and debris. The machine gun fire continued to pour into the base. It was a non-stop, intense barrage. Some of the younger Marines, fearing that the barriers would not hold, low-crawled through the dirt and slid into the shallow trenches they had dug weeks earlier. They lay flat on their stomachs, pressing their faces into the dirt, listening to the chaos above them. They expected the enemy to breach the walls at any second. They were waiting for the physical hand-to-hand combat that would follow. But as they lay there in the trench, right on top of the buried skeletons, the gunfire continued to roar. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The Marines did not move. In combat, when the shooting stops, you do not just stand up and celebrate. You assume it is a trick or a pause while the enemy reloads or repositions. So they stayed exactly where they were, hunkered down behind the barriers and inside the trenches, holding their breath, waiting for the next round of fire. They waited for hours. The sun began to rise over the mountains, slowly illuminating the outpost. When the light was strong enough, Corporal Lena slowly raised his head above the barrier to assess the situation. He looked out over the desert, expecting to see the bodies of enemy fighters or spent ammunition casings. But the desert was empty. He then turned around to look at the damage inside the observation post. He expected to see their gear destroyed, their tents shredded by bullets, and a massive crater in the center of the camp from the RPG explosion. But as he looked around, he was completely stunned. There was absolutely no damage. The ghillie tents were perfectly intact. The HESCO barriers did not have a single bullet hole in them. There was no crater, no smoke, and no debris from an RPG. There were no spent casings on the ground outside the wire. It was as if the entire intense battle had never happened. The physical world around them was completely untouched, despite the fact that all of them had heard and felt the exact same violent attack. When the sun was fully up, the relief force finally arrived at OP Rock. They drove their armored vehicles up the snaking pass, just as the Marines had done 60 days earlier. As soon as the vehicles parked, Corporal Lina and his men did not wait for a formal turnover. They did not want to spend another second on that hill. They began throwing their gear into the back of the trucks as fast as they physically could. The incoming soldiers looked at them, confused by their frantic behavior. They asked if everything was okay and why they were in such a hurry to leave. But Lena and the other Marines did not say a word about the ghost battle, the voices, or the skeletons. They knew that if they told these new soldiers what they had experienced, they would be labeled as crazy, just like they had labeled Zolik. They just wanted to get out of there. They piled into the vehicles, and as they drove down the mountain, they looked back at OP Rock one last time. It looked like a tiny, harmless pile of dirt in the middle of a vast desert. But they knew the truth. They knew that there was something deeply wrong with that place. But the nightmare did not end when they left OP Rock. Fast forward to the months and years that followed that deployment, the lives of the Marines who had been on that hill began to fall apart in tragic ways. Shortly after returning from Afghanistan, 3 of the 8 Marines, Smith, Parker, and Diggs, were killed in separate, unrelated instances. Smith was killed, Parker was killed, and Diggs was killed, all within a short span of time. It seemed like a series of horrible, tragic coincidences, but to the survivors, it felt like something much more sinister. Sergeant Green, their leader, was later involved in a devastating improvised explosive device blast during another tour. He survived the explosion, but he was very badly injured, suffering life-altering physical and psychological trauma. Of the men who had stood on that hill, only a few remained unscathed, and even they were deeply scarred by what they had seen and heard. Corporal Lena, who eventually left the military, could never shake the feeling that they had brought something back with them from OP Rock. He spent years researching the history of that specific location, trying to find some kind of logical explanation for what had happened to them. And what he discovered through his research was absolutely chilling. It turns out that OP Rock was not just a random hill in the desert. It was a site of immense, repeated bloodshed that stretched back for decades. During the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 1980s, the Soviet army had identified this specific hill as a highly strategic location. At the time, a group of local Mujahideen fighters was using the hill as a base to launch guerrilla attacks against the Soviets. The Soviet military launched a massive, brutal assault on the hill. They captured the position and executed every single Mujahideen fighter they found there. They buried their bodies in a shallow trench right there on the hill. The Soviets then established their own observation post on the rock, building fortifications and setting up a permanent guard force. But a few years later, the tables turned. The local Mujahideen fighters launched a surprise counterattack on the Soviet post. They overran the position and slaughtered the Soviet soldiers who were stationed there, burying them in the exact same trenches where the Mujahideen had been buried. This explained why Corporal Lena had found that metal engineering stake with Russian writing on it, and why they had found dozens of skeletons buried right next to it. But the bloodshed did not stop there, not by a long shot. Years later, when the United States and NATO forces invaded Afghanistan, the Taliban were using the hill as an observation post. The coalition forces launched an airstrike and a ground assault, killing the Taliban fighters and taking control of the hill. Every single group that had ever occupied OP Rock had met a violent, bloody, and tragic end on that very spot. The soil was literally saturated with the blood of hundreds of soldiers from different nations, all buried together in the same shallow dirt. Lena began to realize that the experiences they had on the hill were not random hallucinations. They were a direct result of the dark history of that haunted land. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya.